shared phone. Somebody else's.
Yep, somebody else's.
Anyway, we're back at the park after 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Took a break last week. Went to Virginia, hometown for the 4th. That was fun.
Nice. Cool.
But yeah. What is today? June?
July.
This is July 20. Or July 11th.
11th. Yes. The 4th plus 7.
Yeah. Echo Park Lake. Looks like a good day today.
Mm-hmm.
Good weather. Hello, how are you? Anyway.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. I noticed that I have 404 subscribers. Hey, all of you that are watching.
Nice.
404 means I can't find them, maybe. I'm not sure. Page not found.
Yep. A little bit hungover today.
Oh.
But that's fine. I'll rally here in a minute.
Okay.
Drink some water.
Yep. Drink water and show your stalwart capability, even though. Hold on.
Oh, is that the thing?
Oh yeah. Love that part. It's a little bit of peacockery. If you can pull it off when you're a little bit overloaded.
I can see that, yeah. Hello, the rabbit hole. I haven't seen that name before. Hello. The rabbit hole.
The rabbit hole.
The rabbit hole. I haven't seen that name before.
Sure, that's quiet. Okay. Very nice and quiet.
Topics. Need to do some topics.
Topics. Okay.
What about asking questions like, what do you mean? What does blank mean? Maybe something like that. What does the word blank mean? Or I don't know.
Do you need certainty for knowledge?
It's a good epistemological question. I like it. Really putting the epistemology in street epistemology. Did you watch Mark Solomon's video?
It's on my watch later list. Was from yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my list to get to. I haven't watched that one yet.
I watched it this morning, and they get into that. I think he talks with a Christian who talks about objective truth. The only real way to get objective truth is like a God's eye view. So that's kind of like related to this question.
Yeah.
I'm amazed. Spelled that right. Right now.
Do you need certainty for knowledge? There you go. Okay, so what's next? Certainty for knowledge.
That's hilarious.
How crazy it would be for how do you define truth? Is that a claim? I don't know.
It's a prompt to get into a claim.
Yeah.
Potentially. We just want people to sit down. What's the question? What can we put on that board to get people to sit down? We can maximize the chances of that.
What's your most important political opinion?
Yeah. Yeah. I hired a video editor in Ireland.
Okay, nice.
Or is it Scotland? Somewhere in the UK.
Okay. In the northern bits.
Northern bits. And yeah, he did most of the editing of that last video, but then I did another pass for it.
Mm-hmm. Now, he might not be in the UK. He might be in Ireland.
Oh, he might be in Ireland.
Yeah.
Northern Ireland. Anyway.
Northern Ireland is yeah. There's some distinction
There's
there, but some
northern,
real strong not distinction. Damn it.
Yeah. So that's helping with
Cool.
time.
Excellent.
That's good. Yeah. That'd be nice. I can prioritize working on other videos.
Okay, good. Was that was that spurred on by the AA project primarily?
The workshop highlights video?
Yeah. Going from, I guess,
Partly.
April, right?
Yeah, I've been procrastinating on that. So
that's a tough one. Just because it's kind of big and daunting, and it's valuable if you want to binge it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. Supernatural claims. Boldat says have a big draw. Have you ever had a difficult conversation?
Sure.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, all the time, yeah. Hello, hello, Danish debater.
Hello, Miklas.
Nicholas. All right. Some type of justice related question. What is justice? The classic.
What is justice? Sure.
Want to put that's hilarious just to put her on there.
What is justice? Or why is justice important? Or do you prefer justice over mercy? Or
Cancel culture's in the zeitgeist these days, and that's a form of justice or overextension of justice.
maybe? Yeah.
I watched Cosmic Skeptics debate video this morning also about that. He makes
The Oxford thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that yesterday. Yes.
Yeah. He makes a good point. It's like a thing that, a punishment that doesn't fit the crime.
Yep.
That's the issue.
Yeah. If
That's an answer someone could give about justice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I had a good time.
Imagine if there were 1,000 courts in the county and they all had jurisdiction.
Of the same area?
Yeah, so there's 1,000 different courts that could have an opinion on what you do. How careful would you have to be not to get any of them to sanction you?
Oh, wow.
This was a problem in the medieval times.
Yeah, I could see that.
We have a little bit of that because we have courts at different levels. Federal and state being the most obvious. Either one of which could end up having jurisdiction depending on whatever.
How about what is social justice?
What is social justice? Okay.
I like that.
I'm a big fan of social justice and people having lots and lots of restraint about engaging in it. I have to be very personally convinced before I will change my behavior towards someone. For me, allegation is not enough.
Cool. Yeah. All right.
Especially if you're, how do I say, accusing somebody of what would be a crime. Oh, and by the way, Cosby's fucking guilty. Oh, hell yeah, Cosby's guilty.
He needs to be legit. That's a legitimate cancel culture target.
Totally.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it was handled in the court, and that's enough. And unfortunately, the prosecutors made apparently a flagrant error.
In his sentencing thing?
While it was a civil case, they offered a not to prosecute in the case of the something, and then when it turned criminal, they withdrew it, but apparently couldn't retroactively, unilaterally withdraw it.
Okay.
So it became one of these things where he served part of a sentence, and now he's free because plea deals once unearthed invalidated something.
Okay.
The evidence that he did it is overwhelming. The whole defense was statute of limitations.
Oh, I see. All right, one more.
One more. Oh, let's see.
What's trending on Twitter? Richard Branson. Oh, he went to space?
Yeah, Virgin Galactic flew this morning.
How about this?
I call it Virgin Suborbital. Because Galactic is ridiculous.
It reminds me of Jeff Bezos. He's going to space.
Yep.
Jeff Bezos, the richest person on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the question should be, should there be a maximum amount of money someone could have?
Should there be a maximum individual wealth? Maybe.
Yeah. Some people say Jeff Bezos has way too much money. So that's really the question they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would the policy be? Like, the government takes money through taxes? There's just a tax to cap income?
Essentially, it would be a 99 or 100% tax on all wealth above X.
Yeah.
Not earnings, wealth.
Wealth above, yeah.
No, this is so easily worked around.
Yeah, I mean, all of his wealth is unrealized gains, virtually. Yeah. It's all stock, and I'm sure Amazon and a lot of stuff. It's mostly stock, unrealized gains. It's just on paper. It could go zero tomorrow, for some reason. So.
Yeah, something insane could happen to Amazon and have it just die as a company, I suppose. I mean,
yeah,
it's a little silly to imagine that.
Yeah. So Is that question still a good question then?
I think there's a lot of people who would agree that there should be a maximum limit to wealth.
Including unrealized gains? Okay.
That's up to them.
All right. So
they get to define how wealth works.
Yeah, they can define wealth.
As soon as I start thinking about it in any significant detail with the math and the exponentials and the thises and that's, the numbers get really fuzzy.
So what's the question again? Should there be a maximum?
Should there be a maximum to wealth?
To wealth.
Individual wealth? Something like that?
Yeah.
Another simple answer is fine. I have there's a $100 million personal cap or some nonsense, and you can tell where I stand. But somebody's got a $100 million cap, so fine. And now every bit over that they gift or transfer to their children, who are under contract to allow their father to manage the 90% of their wealth, and so on. And you could do that with unlimited number of vassals. It's just,
yeah.
I don't even have to. I don't have to dip much into fiction to nullify almost any of the rules you want to make. Whether or not it's a good idea.
Yeah. Where's the moral foundation on that question? It's a type of fairness.
Equality. There's an underlying assumption, I think, in that idea that there is a limited pie, and when some people get too big of the pie, there's not enough left for everybody to have an appropriate sliver of the pie.
Yeah, people who would push for this would think of, the pie being a zero sum.
Right. Whereas, I think we've, in the last 20 years, quintupled the money supply in dollars. So the pie is 5 times bigger in one sense.
Yeah.
We are doing free speech today.
Yeah.
You can have my seat.
No, we're gonna do this maybe on the way back though.
Great.
Sure, we'll be here.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
No way.
You too?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to deploy batteries on all this stuff and start busking. Yeah. I'll try to keep the batteries inside their own footprint.
Okay. I made this overlay. So feel free to stick around.
Big one seat?
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't missed anything. No more hats?
Yeah.
Okay. I like where you're headed with the hair.
Yeah.
But you know my bias toward long hair, so, you know, there it is.
Yeah, it's just too much to deal with. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Learning the signals for people who are on the phone is getting harder and harder.
One of the signals of not wanting to talk.
Right, if they're focused on a phone conversation, they're not going to be open to interruptions.
Oh, like a literal phone conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now they got Bluetooth in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can tell.
There's a few cues, like they stick their phone out a little bit, like has to be out. You know?
Karaoke guys over there. I assume that's what that is.
Struck me as like strangely bad. Somebody was intentionally trying to see how bad they could make it. I don't get it. So on Friday, I showed up for my personal butt reaming, and Darth Dawkins didn't show up.
Yeah. You didn't show? What happened?
He failed to show up, so I got to present my side without any interference, which was great. Got to talk Q&A with the audience while they tried to come up with the whatever tough radical questions he would ask. And so what do you think of this? Oh, I'd answer like that. So I won my goals of, I did not lose my cool, and I honestly answered every question put to me.
All right.
That was my whole goal for the day.
Right.
They're convincing somebody? No. Not even, I don't give a crap. So yeah, that worked. That went out fine. Had a nice half-hour interaction with the audience, and then try another time.
This was on the Chatterbox?
This was on the Chatterbox, yes.
Yeah.
This is Corvo's project.
Corvo?
Corvo is the owner of the Chatterbox,
Okay.
formerly the chessboard.
Alright.
We got nuked in a Discord sweep of thou shalt nots.
Okay.
In this case, thou shalt not even get close to promoting misinformation about COVID.
That was what nuked it? The
He got
chessboard?
caught up in a sweep. He probably wasn't doing it, but he also has sort of a snarky way of engaging people
Yeah.
where they're not sure where he stands. So I could totally see a misunderstanding happening and him getting caught up in a dragnet, which nuked the server. That recovered pretty well. Now they're up to 12,000 people.
Sweet.
I do a weekly Tuesday thing there for 90 minutes doing street epistemology on their stage. That works out real nice.
Is there a way to tell what the stats are on the SE server? Oh, here
Which
we go.
stats would you like? We're at about
6100.
6100. 6100. Our growth is sort of slow and steady.
Yeah.
When I came on, we were at around 2,500. It was about a year ago when I went on staff there.
Alright.
And the majority of people that say anything about where they learned about us come from Anthony Magdabosco videos.
Yeah.
If they bother to say. Are we audible to them?
Yeah.
Good. Gangnam Style.
Oh yeah, we should show off the new puzzle pieces. Check it out. The new and improved puzzle pieces with the SE logo on them. Still good and squishy. The logo doesn't distort or anything. How can we get some of these to Nathan Ormond?
How to get to Nathan Ormond?
Yeah.
That seems like that wouldn't be difficult to ship.
How much would that be if we sent 50 sets of those to England?
That's a good question. I think that's a post office question. We have to probably figure out the packaging. I bet the simplest packaging is a tube about that big, and just stack them
Oh yeah, yeah,
like a poster tube.
yeah.
Probably not going to be all that heavy.
They get pretty heavy.
There's 20 of them.
20 sets. 19 now.
Okay, that's about a kilogram. Okay, so I would assume 2.5 kilograms. I don't know what that takes in shipping. It doesn't seem crazy.
Okay.
Maybe it's library rates. I don't know if that qualifies. Now, how fast is another question. Get to the UK, is that going to go by water?
or air. If it goes by air, it's going to be quick. But
Yeah.
what does it take to FedEx that kind of stuff to? Doesn't seem crazy. But, I don't know.
Okay. I'll research that.
Hello, Gigi. How we doing? We're doing okay. Good day.
Hey. Where's the live shot? What do you mean?
The live shot's coming from that.
They probably said that when there was a standby sign.
Aha, yes. That sounds right. I gotta come up with a different tagline. I'm not giving away water.
I know. We gave away like all of our water and no one sat down last time.
Uh-huh. There's people lying in the shade of a tree, and almost within their reach are two geese just cuddled down next to them because the shade is nice.
Or duck. Is it geese or ducks?
Either one.
Sweet. It's funny.
Turkey-sized seafowl.
I'm gonna walk around.
There's a whole bunch of ducks around where I live that people tell me aren't strictly ducks. No, that's not a duck. That's something very, very similar to a duck. But look, you can tell if you can see its feet or something. Okay. Okay, topic you too. Me or Reed? Reed might have wandered off to the restaurant.
They got something on street way over my capacity here.
Those are just
I know, but this is like intense, deep.
Oh yeah?
Put up your fist.
Yeah. Now, the thing with this style of talking is I would like to ask you a lot of questions about why you think so. I'm going to debate it with maybe, but I'm not going to push back on the alternate position. I'm not going to try to convince you to see my opinion.
No, I'm just, while you're talking, I'm thinking about when I have conversations with my relatives.
Yes.
We don't even go there. We just
This
we
is
just
the
go
way
in-
that you can have this conversation.
we just go into emotion, right?
It can go there.
We go straight to emotion and defending our views.
Yeah, that's what the whole
They're not
pushing
listening.
back.
They're not listening. They're all defending.
Right.
Me and you.
Yes, that's the normal thing.
Was it like that before? Or was it just?
It's been like that in the groups lately. I think what it is much more called polarization.
Yeah, I have to separate myself from my family because they all go to the public. And they won't take the vaccine. And they're all, I said, well, stay away. Stay away. Oh, they cleaned this up beautifully. Oh,
Yes, they
did.
did.
A good job.
We are live streaming to YouTube and Twitch right now.
Twitch?
Twitch and YouTube.
Is Twitch a new thing?
It's like a YouTube, but it's like it's just like an alternate. I don't know if I like it all that much.
I think that the only thing that I'm on, that I watch is YouTube. I'm not on social media. I've never have been. Never have been. And I wanted to see how clean it was.
It's very pretty. They've done a nice job.
But I guess they have to keep the fencing up, huh?
I am no fan of the fence.
They have to keep the fencing up because that's how you get in is through those stairs.
I understand how to get in and out, and I'm definitely no fan of the fence. But that's just my personal thing.
Because they'll sneak in. You can sneak in and hide.
Hide? Where's there a hide?
That's what I'm looking around to see. Where can you
Doesn't
hide?
really seem like there's any places to hide.
Over there in the bushes. No? Did they clean it all up?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe there's some places in the bushes you could hide. It doesn't. It seems like the bushes are trimmed to the point where you know, maybe you could hunker down and hide a little bit. From what?
Well, so that you could camp out overnight.
Okay, yeah. I think camping out would be really, really difficult. I think we could give the park rangers a drone and let it fly over once an hour, and anybody who's hiding would be really obvious on the drone shot. It doesn't help them to be able to do it for an hour at a time.
Very interested in these apartments.
Yeah, the ones hanging over?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I always wanted to see what they look like. They seem to go back way back because they're made out of like stone.
Huh. I'm pretty sure they're townhousey.
They're like before, like 1970, way back. They're not new.
I understand. I'm looking at the layouts, and I'm pretty sure they're multi-story on the inside town housing, not very wide. They get their space by stacking. Because it seems like each one of those separate balconies is a different unit.
But instead of stacking up
Yeah.
5, 10 stories, they only did 2. I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
Or 3, maybe 4. It depends.
You see more layers than I do.
I'm looking at sort of like a basement layer under there, which also seems to have windows, and maybe that's a different set of apartments, or maybe that's different. I don't know.
There's another one like that. The other one's blue. When I'm watching the morning news, they show this in the background.
Yeah.
And you can see all this.
Yeah. It's a really pretty backdrop. It's very pretty for when we're waiting for people to interview.
This is the first thing they got cleaned up. I'm glad. I just moved from Redondo Beach to this area.
Okay.
Big difference.
Big difference.
Big difference. I don't know a soul. It's hard to meet people because they're all messed up. And they don't speak English. And they're all family oriented. Mom, dad, and kids.
Okay.
I'm looking for the singles. I'm looking for singles.
Silver Lake. That way. Silver Lake's that way. And there's a lot of single people in there. A lot of them are gay.
Okay. I'm looking for straight.
That's part of why there's a bunch of single people or non-kids having people. Not to say that all gay people don't have kids. It's just less common.
One thing about that.
Care to sit down and talk about it?
No, because it's not a good feeling to talk about.
Okay.
It's congested down.
It's very dense.
It's dense everywhere down. Not me at the park, but I'm up there, you know where Highland Park is?
Yeah.
Glendale?
Mm-hmm.
You know where San Fernando Road is?
Mm-hmm.
I'm over there.
I used to go to Glendale College.
Okay. Well, where I live used to be a railroad yard. And the city bought it. And now is leasing it for development.
Okay.
It's all commercial, San Fernando Road. We're the only apartment building there.
Okay.
So there's no businesses, no stores of any kind.
Oh, okay. So all industrial kind of.
Warehouses.
Okay.
Not working warehouses. Empty warehouses boarded up.
Why?
They went out of business? I don't know.
Okay.
I've only been there a year.
All right.
Next to me is the river.
Uh-huh.
LA River. Railroad tracks run the river. And so you just can't walk out and see your neighbors because there aren't any.
Okay.
There aren't any. But it's such a good deal on rent. That's why I'm staying. I know what you could do. You can find fun topics.
Fun topics?
Lightly.
Okay.
Lighthearted, lightly.
Give me a lighthearted fun topic.
I don't know. You come up with it.
Okay, let's see. A lighthearted fun topic. Chocolate or vanilla? Let's see. Lighthearted fun topic. Are you more in favor of Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin for suborbital spaceflight?
I watched it. And I hope that they turn around and look at the Earth. Can they look at the Earth from up there or not?
Yeah, because the Virgin Galactic actually orients itself upside down. So you're looking down at the Earth out of the horizon upside down.
That inspires them to spend their billions cleaning up the Earth.
Okay.
That's what I would hope.
So you're hoping the overview effect of going to suborbital will cause an ecological
change.
Boom. Okay.
Because other than that, they're wasting their money. It's
Okay.
their money to waste, yes. But we're in dire need of okay. Just our
It's a jobs program. Think of it that way.
Local neighborhoods can't keep up with all the trash we have. You not
Yeah.
the Earth. And we're like, we're not going to be around to worry about it, so that's how people think. Makes me sad. Makes
Yeah.
me sad.
Yeah. Me too.
You know what I kind of noticed one time I was watching NASA, and they were showing how we are not the center of the universe. And they said, you want to see how big Earth is when you're out in the universe?
Yeah. Are you thinking of the
barely
pale blue
see-
dot?
It wasn't
Picture?
even a dot anymore.
Okay.
It was a speck.
Yes.
It was the speck, and they go, see, that's us. Who's going to care about us out here? Who's going to come look for us? They said, we're not that significant, and all we do
Okay.
is make war. So who's going to want to bother with us? Anyway. from that point-
Maybe the thing that makes us unusual is how little war we have.
Little?
Yeah.
Ever since I've been born, there's been wars. What do you mean little?
I mean, compared to 100 years ago, my chance of dying in war is like a tenth.
Oh.
And compared to 1,000 years ago,
That depends.
my chances are, a tenth smaller,
Yeah, but
and so on.
That's because of where you live.
No, I mean, I'm talking about I don't mean my personal chance. I actually mean my average chance as a human.
That's because of where you live.
No, average chance as a human, any human everywhere. Humans everywhere have less of a chance of dying in war in this year and this decade than prior decades. There was a big spike in World War II, and then if you compare it to the 1,000 years before, it's a lot better, and the 10,000 years before, and it's a lot better.
And it seems so,
I'm quoting Steven Pinker, Better Angels of Our Nature.
it seems so fruitless to keep wanting to have more land than you have. And that's the reason.
But what if you have more children?
What that,
Isn't that what takes up your land?
you got to look at it differently if you don't have children.
Okay.
I'm thinking of India. Poor India.
Yeah, poor India. Like, richest concentration of
They're
farmland.
not on our border.
They have the
because
teeny tiny amount of space compared to their
if
people,
they were on our border,
because
we-
their land is so fertile.
So, I don't know. It just, everywhere we look, it's sad.
It's getting better, I think.
Show
So
me-
far, I'm not doing straight epistemology with you. I'm arguing.
Show me better. Show me where you see better besides this echo part.
I see. I read a book. Sorry, it's on my list, and I'm not pulling up the author name or whatever.
Look at the alphabet like I do.
I could.
Think of the author's name, and then we'll get the book.
I'm confusing two or three of them, and I know it's not the one that's coming to mind. So I'm gonna not give you misinformation. Nevertheless, looking at comparisons over time, there are fewer and fewer people in the bottom quartile that only have this much wealth and only have this. The number of poor people is much, much less. They have gotten up into the next level to a great degree, and I think that's an enormous improvement.
Okay.
So if we can every generation cut the number of really poor people in half, and I don't mean by harming them, I mean by giving them opportunities to get out of that category, then I think that's a net improvement.
How would you do it in LA?
I think they're doing it with
Government
giving homeless
assistance.
people with government assistance. Yeah.
Government assistance.
Yes.
And right now, there's a lot of extra government assistance because of the bills they've passed that they're short term. They're not going to be forever.
Okay. Were they related to the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay.
And I partake of that quite a bit. But I know once that funding goes away, you're backwards.
Okay.
And there's nothing to replace it like work, like a job.
Okay.
So it's like a short-term fix, but not a long-term consequence. You know,
Okay.
that makes me sad.
So you see a long-term downturn after the pandemic support fades.
Because these people haven't been given another choice to find employment of some kind to supplement that when their
Okay.
work goes away. They haven't.
How do we make that available?
education. You have to be educated to know to look for work in a certain place. I was surprised. I went on the internet just to see if I could find some part-time work.
Would you care to make a claim about education?
I should have gotten more.
Okay, you should have gotten more education. That's a claim. You could sit down and talk to me
I
about
don't
it.
want to sit down.
You don't want to sit down? Okay.
For over a year on my sofa. I gotta stand up.
All right.
No, but it's, people are teenagers are stubborn. They want to get out in the world as fast as they can. Drive a car.
Gina says that concept was in the book Factfulness.
What?
The book in question was Factfulness.
Oh, the one you're thinking.
She read it at a similar time, and it was by a Swedish author, a Swedish professor. Anyway, it's a good book.
So along with those government subsidies, there should be government education.
Yes.
Trade. Okay, not education. Trade.
How would you be? You don't want to say.
Not this very second. Yeah, in a minute.
Well, no, you don't understand. The line is getting long. I'm going to make a reservation.
Okay.
12 minutes.
Okay, I'll be over in 12 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes.
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
What were we saying? Yeah, the trade school. I took shop in school. Instead of taking baking and sewing, we wouldn't learn that.
Right.
So I took shop.
Okay.
I was good.
Learn how to weld and use the drill.
I want to learn that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm interested in it, but I am.
Yeah?
I could have gone on to learn more things, but it was not a woman's place to go.
Oh, yeah, that's another problem. Yeah.
Go take secretarial.
She's avoided sitting down. I've invited that several times.
I've been sitting down for a year. And I gotta catch a boat.
Yeah. She'll probably be back. Maybe after.
But find some fun topics.
Fun topics.
See, these are girls right here. They're teenagers.
Yes.
Find. So what are you girls interested in? What do you like to talk about? Get them interested. I gotta go.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Hans Rosling. Factfulness. Very powerful book. Changed the way I look at wealth and poverty. Good day, Addison.
So I went over there and checked out karaoke guy. And it's just some random guy with a little box. I guess I assume he gets donations from.
Okay. And he's got a busking basket or something?
Yeah, he just dances and sings and stuff.
Okay.
So. Sure.
We're doing interviews today on any topic you choose. How unshy do you have to be to wear a t-shirt that says, "Show me your kitties"? The cat face. Halfway through Kindly Inquisitors.
Who is?
I think Gina. Yeah, I have not picked that one up yet. I ran out of time to read 9 months to a year ago and haven't gotten back in the habit.
I saw she changed her name on Discord to something like Unabashed Inquisitor or something. Is that what I saw?
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
People.
She and Flash like to do that. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yeah, I guess when most SE people see the title of that book, they're thinking, oh, this is like pro SE type of book. Are they saying SE people are like kindly inquisitors, like cordial curiosity? But that's not the case. Kindly inquisitors are like the villains of that book.
Oh, okay.
So maybe she's not to that chapter yet on the humanitarian threat.
Okay.
So
okay. Well,
anyway,
I'll get a summary from her later.
I won't be available next weekend either.
Okay.
I'm going to the East Coast to help shoot a documentary for my friend.
Excellent.
Yeah. It's another space artist type documentary.
Okay. Cool. And then 6 weeks to 3 months starting in September.
Yeah.
Okay.
The construction will take 6 weeks, and it starts mid-September.
Mm-hmm.
And they said it would be very loud. And
Yeah.
I assume that, me being on the top floor, that's going to be the
That's
case.
going to be ridiculous.
So,
It's going to be terrible. As it is, you can hear people when they're working out upstairs now. Will that get better?
I don't know. I hope so.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
That would be great.
That would be very nice.
Yeah. I can imagine it would be hard to record it sometimes.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about what it takes to have voice recording that is isolated. When I'm on my boat, it's mostly okay, but I'm in a train yard. I just can't control that. I'm across the channel from big commercial cranes, and when they're moving or doing their things, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't really ask them to be quieter about it. I even have neighbors that are rude about running their generators late. So there's not really any time I can guarantee I'll have quiet enough to do recording. So I've been thinking, what would it take to have a portable vocal box? Something where if you didn't have a soundproof enough environment, could we put on a cargo trailer a vocal recording studio with obviously, interestingly thick walls and other such things.
Wow.
So that production could be done inside and then move to someplace else.
Yeah.
As opposed to building that on the ground somewhere, or it either takes up part of another structure or it takes up a yard or whatever.
It's just, what do you need to record audio for to make this such a priority?
Thinking in terms of audiobooks.
Okay.
audiobooks and things of the like.
For your own audiobooks, or for like other people, just you would want to be a voice recorder artist thing?
Covers a lot of things. So yeah, it could be for other people. It could be for SE related things. It could be for lots of needs are covered by that. Also singing. You don't get to see my singing life much.
No.
Copyright's so broken. Can't share with you one of my favorite hobbies, just because I'll get copyright striked because my music is too good. If I could sing like a karaoke player, no trouble at all. I have this bad habit of staying in the same key for the whole song.
Yeah, I'm sure there's studios you could rent for like a day whenever you need to do it, or how often you're gonna do it.
That's the question. Be co-op-y kind of thing. I don't have enough of that kind of thing to do to make it worthwhile doing it alone.
And the YouTube space was a really good thing to have, but now it's not there anymore. And I think you needed 10,000 subscribers before you hit apply.
I see. YouTube provides studio space?
Yeah, they did.
Nice.
Like audio recording, editing, and shooting. And like all free.
Nice.
Like state-of-the-art studios and equipment and stuff.
Okay.
But I think it's gone now.
It's probably not necessary. People can have that for themselves and unique it up. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Interviews today.
For what?
Any topic you choose. It's for street epistemology, which is a way of speaking to people without pushing back from an alternative perspective. So you hear somebody out completely.
Want to do one?
Yeah. Come try one.
Try what?
Try an interview. You get to set the timer.
Yeah. Go ahead. You got it.
No, stay right here.
Where did I put my glasses? There we go. Okay, you take that.
Is this live?
This is live.
Hey guys. Excuse the hair.
Hello, YouTube.
Hi, YouTube.
Hello. I'm Dolly. You are?
Maggie.
Hello, Maggie.
Hi, Dolly. Is it Dolly, right?
Dolly.
Okay.
D-A-L-I.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I don't want to say your name wrong.
That's okay. If you wear the headphones, you can tell how the mic's working.
Okay. Is it the right? Okay.
And it doesn't really matter because it's left-right.
Oh, wow.
It's monaural. It's coming in the same.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I feel famous.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Yes.
tell me something you think is true about the world.
True?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Or not a question, but
It is sort of.
that's hard because
That's
everything's
hard?
a lie.
Everything's a lie.
That's why.
There's the truth.
There you go.
Okay.
You
Are
see?
some things lies more than other things?
What do you mean?
Are there some things that are only barely lies and other things that are really extraordinarily lies?
Yeah.
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 Uh-huh. How much time do you want for? You get to set the timer.
Is this like 55 minutes right there? Or is that 5 minutes? Okay.
There'd be 10.
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. Okay, so what makes you conclude that in general things are lies?
Just because, you know, I'm very open-minded.
Mhm.
I see different people's perspectives. I see y'all's perspectives. So it's just like, I feel like I could read between the lines. So it's just like, it makes sense, you know?
It makes sense that they're
Yeah.
lying to you?
Yeah, obviously. It's so obvious.
Okay. Are there some people who are lying to you only a little bit or almost not at all?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who are the people who are lying to you just a little tiny bit?
Right there.
Okay. He's only lying to you just this tiny bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the nature, what leads you to believe that some of the things that he's telling you are not true?
Oh, because I know it.
Okay. So you just know him to be mistaken in some of these cases.
Wait, you said what?
Mistaken? He's wrong about something?
No, he doesn't like to hurt people's feelings, and he doesn't like to be really honest, because he feels like when he's too honest, he's being mean. So he just tries to hide it.
So somewhere between truth and kind.
Exactly. That's why
a balance between truth and kindness.
Exactly.
Okay. Is kindness better? Does that work out better?
Yeah. I mean, I see why he lies. So it's just like, I'm not gonna. That's him. I'm not gonna judge him. That's the way he is. But it's like, I don't know. I just gotta accept it. I can't.
Do you lie in a similar way?
I do. Everybody lies.
Everybody lies in a similar way. Okay.
But
so
not the same way he does.
What could we call that balance? Is there an optimal balance between truth and kindness? And can we put a label on it? Can we call it something?
Can we?
Can we?
I don't know, but that's a good question that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, that's okay.
Damn, I don't know. You're really deep. But I don't know. I understand why he lies. I understand why other people lie. I don't know. I just don't think it's right, so I don't want to put a name to it.
So it's not right to deviate from truth.
Yeah, it's not.
But yet you choose to.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't at the same time, because
there's this gap.
There is. I don't like that gap.
You don't like that gap?
I'm just ignoring like it's not there.
I'm
just kidding.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We're getting to talk about that.
Yeah. Really? We were just talking about this too. That's crazy. Because I know he lies, but it's not like it's not. I don't get mad about it because I understand it.
Yeah.
But it's just like, honesty is way better. I'm really honest with him, and I tell him how it is, so I expect the same back. But I understand why he's not that way, because he's different. He's not me. We're all different. But yeah, I don't know. I low-key got sidetracked.
If you met somebody who was very similar but was hardcore on that truth thing, would you like them as much?
I wouldn't like them, but I'd have a connection with them.
Okay. Do you want to be that person?
I am that person. I believe
you
I'm
are the person
yeah.
that is always the truth?
Not always, but when people ask for the truth, I give it to them.
Yeah.
Just the same way I wouldn't want somebody to lie to me, I wouldn't lie to them either. It's just, honesty is way better.
Yeah.
Because it's the truth. I can't hide it. It is what it is. You either accept it or you don't.
I personally have a big history with honesty, maybe to my fault.
Oh, really? Why?
It's my nature to be blunt and honest.
Exactly. Like
even to the degree of making social errors.
Exactly. Oh my God, yes. That's why I don't have friends, because they think I'm too mean.
Okay.
It's just like they feel like I'm judging them, but it's not. It's just like I see things, and I'm not gonna ignore it. So I'm gonna point it out, and I'm gonna let you know how it is.
So I see this truth thing, and I see this little, a compromise to kindness.
Yeah.
Thing that you're maybe actually doing, and in that, it seems like you believe one way and you act another way.
Yeah.
Do you want to believe that way, or do you want to act that way? I'm kind of crossing my fingers here.
Well, just how?
Do you want to change one of those to the other?
No, I just want to balance it.
You want to find a balance point in there?
Yeah.
And find that
right
optimum.
in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very confusing, huh?
No. No, that's a really good, simple exercise.
Right?
That you want to find a balance between these two things. You recognize them there, and you need to figure out how much weight to give each one.
Exactly.
That's great.
Yeah.
What kind of data would you accept? What sort of things could you learn? This is something you don't know today that would move you more toward thinking the optimum was in the direction of kindness.
So one more time.
So this is something you could learn tomorrow. This isn't something you know today, so you have to make it up.
Okay.
That could lean you toward thinking more toward kindness, thinking that the optimum is more kind than you think right now.
I don't know.
Okay.
You're making me think really hard.
So the other side of the question is, what could you learn tomorrow, you don't know today, that would lean you to think that the optimum is more toward truth?
I don't know. It'd just be honesty, I guess, if I knew the truth.
Okay.
Kind of. I don't know. You're making me think. I don't like this.
Okay, and we only have a few minutes, so please take a card.
I would.
And if
Is it this one?
It'll work.
Okay.
And that's Cordial Curiosity.
Okay.
And if you come up with an answer, I'd love to hear it.
I'll give it to you. 'Cause
Yeah.
I like this conversation. I like communicating. I like
Good.
having conversations.
Thanks. This has been great. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for welcoming
bet.
me. Oh my God. That's crazy. You're making me think. I'm gonna have a conversation with him.
Good.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Like 90% there. Getting there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez. I spent a couple of days trying to mentally rework the fundamentals.
Cool.
So I set myself a couple of goals today. One was to reflect back a little harder.
Nice. Nice.
That's something I often don't do enough in practice sessions.
Yeah. You did that pretty well just now. Really good.
Only a little bit, because I was able to summarize and feedback in kind of one or two sentences and cover it. Because I think the concepts that she was putting forward were simple enough that I only needed this much to say them back. But I did say them back in each place and get yeses.
Yeah.
So that was good, and I just didn't make it longer than I needed. And then once we got to aporia, all I did was to ask the obverse question and release.
Yeah. Yeah, I could tell she was getting a little antsy near the end.
Okay.
Even before that question. But she set the timer, so that's fair.
Oh yeah, and I took 7 out of the 10 minutes she gave me.
Yeah. Anthony said, "Ooh, I like offering the interlocutor to set the timer." Yeah, that's cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
I forgot to give her one of these.
Oh, shit.
She swings by all.
I've got. Should we give away these first? Like, I want to give away those, but. Or do you want these?
I could put those in my pack. I could totally do that.
Here, take these.
Thank you. Don't be surprised if a juggler can hit a mark. Jugglers probably make the best free throwers.
Yeah. What's that game with the bean bags in the hole? Cornhole?
Something like that, yeah. But
Yeah, I'd probably do really
Yeah,
good at that.
target tossing games. Because jugglers are the best throwers. Any baby bibs?
I sent Mark some puzzle pieces on behalf of SEI,
Nice.
and he mentioned that he wanted to give out baby bibs. Is that an option on Evolved Fish? Oh shit, it's not good.
I do have a blade that would
do that if your fingernail isn't able to tighten it enough.
I think it's getting there.
Howdy, howdy. We are doing interviews today.
Okay, I'm gonna do an interview.
Okay.
I'm trying to do which interview one. Let's talk to.
Any topic you choose. I'll give you the seat.
Well, you got a long beard. He don't have a long beard.
Yeah. There's several suggestions right there on the sign.
Oh boy.
You get to choose 5, 10, 20. There's a timer right there. You can just set the timer.
So, like, be the host and ask you questions.
Yeah. You're going to pick something that you think is true, and he's going to ask you a bunch of questions.
Oh, I see.
And try not to be all arguing about it. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, go.
Now you need to listen. I need papers. I need rolling.
Rolling papers. So I'm casting forward into September in mind,
Thinking, I don't like to do any of this alone. That just sucks for my style. So I'm thinking there may be some other street epistemologists here in Los Angeles that would like to do this kind of thing. And if so, let's make that happen. I have all the equipment.
Yeah.
So I don't need anything that you're bringing to necessarily do a very similar job, not with the GoPros for stuff, but for live stream. And I have a table, I have chairs. That's a pretty cordial curiosity sign. I should get my own, more generic one.
Yeah.
Seems doable. So I have to figure out what that would look like. So I put it out to the public. If you want these kind of things from September, October, November-ish, I want to do it, and I want to do it in partnership. So,
All right.
come be a partner. We'll do it. Hi there. We're having interviews on any topic you choose.
That's very interesting. Thank you.
Oh fuck. One too many old fashions. God.
Oh, just one too many, eh?
Yep.
What's in an old-fashioned?
What's in an old fashioned?
Yeah, how do you make an old-fashioned?
Whiskey, bitters, sugar, and an orange peel and a cherry.
Okay. Whiskey, bitters, and sugar.
A little bit of sugar, I guess.
Okay.
Sugary whiskey. Mostly whiskey.
Okay. I wonder if the sugar has anything to do with it. I mean, it would for me, but I'm allergic to that stuff anyway. I was a big fan of alcohol until I couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. These days, I can taste a drink. That's my limit. I love the taste of it. Oh, it's so good. What's your puppy?
We gotta do an SE review show
Yes.
at some point.
Yes.
Lots of content has come out in the past week or so.
Yep. Let me know when is good. I will make it there. I will do it with you.
Oh shit. I
And
need to send out poker invites too today.
okay, you send out poker invites. I hope my being missing isn't leaving a hole.
It's cool.
Yeah, I figured it'd be okay. I really miss the social time with that crowd, but the context is long-term no fun.
You can hang out in the chat or something,
I could.
or the spectator area.
Howdy, howdy.
Yep. Feel free to spectate.
Maybe I could do that.
Shit.
Sounds like he's using a pitch corrector.
That's the song, pretty much.
Oh, okay. I am long-term annoyed at the share effect. Howdy.
Anyone
Hello.
interested in an interview?
We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you like. Yeah, I like to set the timer. Timer. Oops. Howdy, howdy. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Killed a turtle.
Up, up. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. At some point, I'm going to be doing tabling at the edge of a party.
What?
At the edge of a party.
What does that mean?
So, stick a table in some place that's far enough away from the music and noise of the party that you can have a conversation. And invite people at the party to step away and have an SE.
All right. How are you doing? Hi.
Howdy.
Hello.
We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Okay. Wanna do it?
Any opinions on any of those topics or whatever you want to chat about?
And you can set the timer.
I don't think at my age I should be talking.
I don't know. You're the future.
I don't know anything.
You're the future of our world. What are you talking about?
It doesn't have to be about any of these.
Good luck with that. Do it.
We are currently live streaming on Twitter.
That's your demographic, bud.
What would you guys want to talk about? Besides that.
Well, really, it's anything that you think is true, because what we want to do is ask you the reasons why and how you choose your reasons when you choose your epistemology and you get things. And really, which claim you make is all medium down in the epistemology. So the claim is interesting, but isn't even primary. How you think about it.
Excuse me, what is
Hi.
this? Are you filming a movie?
Filming a YouTube channel podcast.
Well, can we be in it?
Sure, but I think they were first, and if they want to go,
Wait, what is it about?
it's about epistemology. We're practicing a way of having conversation called street epistemology. It's a Socratic style where I keep my opinions out of it, but ask people questions to help them get clarity and help them understand what they believe and why.
Wow, that's so interesting. Okay, let's go. So this is the line?
Yeah, that's the line.
Okay.
We'll be here for a few hours, though.
What?
We'll be here until 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, yeah, we'll come back. Let's go.
Yeah, and so why do you,
Damn it.
how do you know? Becomes the big question. How confident should you be that
Well, one, I'm not a physicist, but I do believe all the physicists done theory.
So I also trust your scientific.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't understand the thing. So I don't really necessarily believe that from one side of the country or one side of the planet to the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of have a line now.
I constantly am having Zoom calls across time zones.
We should just hire people to stand in line as a way to signal a kind of social proof, and that would attract people. Probably the best way.
I've also set up telescopes. Yeah, and when you set up a telescope to actually find the sky, the action would determine exactly your latitude. You can find yourself on the
That's reasonable.
Yeah, it's not about the claim. It's about how you figure out why and how.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Have fun.
I hope you find someone
We'll be here till 4.
Oh. Well, I didn't want to skip them, and the whole other group came by and wanted to do it.
Okay.
But they were first, so I'm like, they're in line, and now we're back to no one.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh well.
what can I say? Uncoordinated busking.
That's fine.
Maybe it's not busking if I don't have a hat now. I wonder what the official meaning of busking is. In this case, I'm,
Oh yeah.
engaging the crowd. Yeah? What?
Shit.
I'm gonna go wash hands, be back.
Okay. Check. Hello. How are you?
And any other topics you choose.
We're doing interviews today on 2 topics.
All right, invites are out.
Yay! Invites are out. The poker may commence. In 5 hours and 19 minutes. And not a second before.
Anthony says, I wonder if we could somehow utilize people in the SE Discord to speak with people who are standing by. Well, if we had that problem...
We had standing by, yeah, that would be a thing.
Hi.
Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Good day.
Good eye.
Good day. trick in doing accents, I've understood, is being able to do them well enough that people don't think you're mocking while you're getting too good.
The trick is that?
The trick is to get good enough that people don't think you're mocking. And there's a transition.
Yeah, there's that transition period.
So for that, you need to practice in a safe space. Preferably with somebody who's a native speaker.
Yeah.
As an actor, it's really helpful to have as many different accents as you're willing to learn.
Yeah. Have you seen that Vanity Fair YouTube series on like the vocal whatever accent training coach guy reviews a bunch of actors, good and bad accents? It's a good series.
No, it sounds interesting.
It's they've got a bunch of them.
Vanity Fair, okay.
Yeah, on their YouTube channel. I think that's it.
Okay.
I think so.
Seems like a good thing to check out.
Yeah. I was thinking of going on a swan boat, but now there's a big line. I don't have the clothing for that right now. It's too hot for jeans. That would be a sweaty mess. I'm sure. Paddling.
Mobile SE on paddle boats, sure. We could do that. I'm wondering with a device like this, how hard it would be for a extended chest mount.
Yeah, or just like clamp it with one of those things somewhere.
I'm really thinking full-on chest mount. Hang it out here.
Okay.
On a flagpole holder. I mean, it'd be kind of silly looking, but it would obviously be a one-man band, completely mobile, nothing touching the ground but shoes. Interview platform with one of these 360 cameras. I think it's doable.
Ideally, it should be from the back and then like out 45 degrees.
Well, you could have multiple. You could have this one in the front and the back would counterweight each other. It'd be no trouble.
Yeah.
Little thing that balances on your shoulders. And
I want to try doing a stand-up style.
Yeah.
At the Griffith Observatory.
Okay.
In the lawn there. I wonder how long it would take to be kicked out there. Probably very short. If it was stand up, I mean.
I've got a friend who works there. If you wanted to understand all the rules, I could put you in contact.
Okay. And they allow tabling kind of near the bathroom area. If you're a non-profit. I don't know how much that costs though. That would be interesting to do. I need to look into that again.
Yeah. There's also the classic man on the street interview where one person is actually acting as a cameraman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cameraman and then the mic holder. Although I think in this case we could lav the mic holder so they could just keep the mic on the claimant.
Yeah, we could lav it. Or the handheld.
The handheld is okay. There's a little bit of a fight for who's talking.
Yeah.
And so if you were second mic'd with a lav, you could ignore pulling this back while still being sufficiently audible.
It's just
you might be able to hear the difference, but you'd be okay with it.
maybe, yeah. Swan epistemology.
That's another one. You could say, you know, this is like cash cab. You know, we will pedal you around in a swan boat if you want to. Yeah, that's potentially expensive. Now, if you want that, I also can do that in the harbor. We could. You've not been to my boats. You're not familiar with those, but I have a solar-powered boat. It has 2 kilowatts of solar on its roof, and it has 2 high-torque, low-speed motors, and can tow any boat in the marina.
Yeah.
And it's a trimaran with a nice flat deck. Looks like a party boat. Real sweet little thing, and capacity of 6 people. And it makes a great little. You can do a harbor cruise if somebody wants to have a pleasant harbor cruise conversation. That would work.
Okay.
And mostly I can drive the boat and you can interview. In this case, we would just mount the cameras on the rails and things.
Yeah.
I can drive you up underneath cranes that are loading shipping containers. Isn't that pretty?
Oh wow, that's
If you like, I can bring you over really close to where they're dumping recyclables that are headed to China. That can be extraordinarily noisy in the short term. Dropping several tons of scrap metal into a boat from a crane. Oh, it's great shit. If I go about 2 nautical miles toward the ocean, I'm at the Pacific Cruises dock where they play the most obnoxious love boat sounds.
okay.
They have their big boat horn and they play the love boat theme that I can hear quite clearly 2 nautical miles away. It's terrible.
I saw a sign of
Loud
there's
as hell.
Wi-Fi in this park,
Really? Interesting.
so that would be a little better on my data. Let me check
Okay.
that.
I can also drop you a fresh Wi-Fi if you want. I can grab the backup data plan.
It should. I don't see the O-Ranger network. I see. Oh wait, there's more now.
Do I have any clip mics? I don't yet, but those are easy to order. Lavalier mics are so small and inexpensive that if you're willing to go for the wired style, $20 or $30 will get you 90% of the quality you could get.
They now have a paid thing with Spectrum Wi-Fi.
Huh. Meh.
Meh.
Hey, Diamond.
Is this the best spot to be at this park? Kind of picked it for the view.
It's a good view.
Maybe if we
I'm wondering
move.
if there's somehow a better mindset for people coming by. There's all of the vending going on up, right up there.
Yeah.
Think about influences. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are some suggestions, but you go with whatever you like. You may even set your own time. There you go.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Wonderful. How are you?
Great. Thanks for stopping by.
Cordial curiosity.
Yep.
Oh, that's a little tight.
We can move it back a bit.
I'm good.
Okay, you're good.
Got it? I can
Yeah.
move this forward a bit.
All right.
So sweet.
Are these the timers?
That's a confidence scale. You can set the timer
a
there if you
confidence
want.
scale.
You can set
Huh.
however long you want.
All right.
Just twist it to the left to set.
Let's do 7 minutes.
7 minutes, all right. Cool. My name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Reed.
What's your first name? Wanna know-
Moni.
How do you spell that?
Moni. Moni XO.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, so what we do here is like to chat with people about various things. Not so much to really talk about the topic, but to talk about how we know what we know and how can we tell what are good reasons for believing in whatever. And was there a specific topic you wanted to pick there? or-
No, well, it's interesting because my brother was just speaking to me yesterday about this,
Okay.
asking me what my current beliefs are on God and if there's a God or what do I see God as.
Your brother was talking to you about
yeah.
that yesterday?
We come from a very strict religious upbringing which didn't really allow us to question things.
Oh, wow.
And have open dialogue and conversations with our parents. It's pretty much like, you need to believe this and you believe this because we believe this. So now, you know, we're both very, very experimental people. And he was asking me if I saw God like more so in the terms of creation and this moving force that it's neither good or bad, but it just is. And you can move along with it.
A force that just is.
Yeah. Like it's not someone who's up there that makes things good or makes things work or that like that. He was just saying that whole concept of making things work. Like, what does that even mean? Like, if you're thinking perspectively, like, well, we could say that nothing has worked and everything's an accident.
Yeah, was that the previous definition of a god, or part of what a god is, that your parents used to say that you should believe is it's a thing that makes everything work? Or is that something you're now thinking about?
Yeah, I think that growing up, that I guess religion was really tied into that the concept of like things working and believing in this higher force that makes things work, that like makes love work and makes happiness work and makes things purposeful. And I was telling him about how I was thinking back to being a kid and praying all the time. I would pray like 3 times a day. And I would pray for things to work or things to be different.
So that's another part of it. It's a thing that you can pray to potentially get some help in your life with these things like love and purpose and various other things, maybe.
Yeah, and I never experienced it until I actually like wanted to make it work for myself. Like when I wanted to find those things in me instead of having someone give them to me.
You wanted to make these things work for yourself.
Yeah.
Something you'd produce
could build internally instead of having to constantly ask someone for it. In a way, like feeling like I had any power at all. I think that's another thing that mixes in with the concept of, you know, the change of thinking, like thinking religiously versus thinking independently.
Yeah, there
was a big like difference.
Might be a tension there from thinking religiously, an external thing that gives you stuff like love and purpose versus an independence internal thing where you're pursuing or producing these things yourself.
Yeah, because then it's like harder, because now it's up to you every day. It's not just like you're like wishing on the stars, like, oh, one day, just come on. I think there's positivity in prayer, and in a way it's like affirming what you want. However, I think that it's like, what are you going to do yourself to build that thing? I still have to get used to this, the mic.
So this old idea of a God that's there, that you can pray to, that is like not just a force that is, but like a conscious being that can give people love and purpose.
Oh yeah, so I think
on this confidence scale, how confident are you that is real and true? All the way to the right, like is absolutely yes, that's real and true.
Okay.
Or not sure.
I'm over here.
Or absolutely no, that's not true.
I'm like over here.
All right.
When you said some type of conscious being that does this, that's where I'm like over here. Unless we're talking about the conscious beings who do this are like all of us, as in we're all
it's more like a higher.
Yeah, I'm over here on that. I'm over here on that. Right. On that one.
And now, what would you define God as? That is, do you believe in a God at all? And what would you define that as?
The creative spirit, like a creative spirit, a creative energy of it's like this creative force in my head and in my feeling, more than just like one being, one thing. It's like this creative force and energy, like push, like nature. Like I think of the ocean, and I think of like the destruction and the beauty and the timing and the perfection in it all. And it's not even perfect at all, like it's complete chaos, but it's this creative, constant flow of a force. Oh, the timer went off, but that's okay. I didn't even think it was like
I don't want to keep you.
or anything.
If you want to keep going, I'm
but
all
yeah,
about it.
sure, yeah. It's like, I think that, like, for me, my confidence level in that would be way over here.
In the creative force.
And it's
type of
interesting,
thought.
I put the same confidence, like, the same bar of, oh, it's not like I'm all the way down here on each of these, you know? It's like, oh, I'm like right here. Oh, I'm like right here. It's not like,
Yeah.
and I never want to believe that I believe in anything, I guess, in a way. I always want to believe that I can, like, believe in something else, or not, I guess, which is it's kind of terrifying to not believe in anything at all, but in a way to have that knowledge that you don't know anything, really, like, it's freeing in a way.
Yeah, you don't have to be stuck on a particular idea.
Yeah.
You want to be open to changing your mind.
Because what if you get proved wrong? Like, something proves you wrong, and then your whole concept of what you thought you knew is just down the drain, or at least not. Wouldn't say down the drain. I would think more of like a brick wall that you just built up, that you just took to build through your life, and now, like, this boulder just came and smashed the top part of it off, or maybe just came and crushed the whole foundation, you know, and broke your whole wall down.
What would it mean for this creative force to be not true for you? Would that be a bad thing?
No.
Wouldn't matter.
No, because in that way I really think of, like, and it's like a trigger warning, but I think of suicide in that way. I think of things ending and being okay with that, like people deciding to end their own creative life force. And it's like, well, it's not like you can, like, any feelings that you have, like, towards that, it's like, well, what are you afraid of in yourself that it's like, that it's like, oh, I don't want that to be there. Well, it is. Like, I think of that a lot too. Like the creativity ending. Like
the creativity ending.
Like, what is that, you know?
I mean, not only individually for yourself, but like for all,
like humanity.
All of humanity.
Yeah.
In this, yeah.
And like even like the ecosystem, like, you know, I think of like bees a lot, how like I guess bees are dying, and that's interesting. But then it also makes me think of, like, I've been going on to simulation theory lately, and like just kind of this whole concept of like more like matrix, like things are only here because they're being presented to us in a certain way, and maybe it's our ancestors trying to relive what went wrong or what went right or what happened just for nostalgic purposes. I don't know. I've been reading a lot into that, and that makes me think of the whole bees dying, like birds migrating, like ice caps, all that stuff is just like, well, it could all just be a video game.
Yeah. So, want to talk about if this creative force is real and true, and how we could know?
Well, I guess that just comes into love. Love is just so grounding of a force.
Love is an example of this creative force?
Yeah. It's like something to me that if everything in the world could be fake to me, but no one could tell me that love isn't real. Like I don't think that there's some things that you can simulate in life, but I don't think that the spirit of love can be simulated. I think that that's that one thing that's been so powerful that I'm like, well, maybe there is reality in something that seems like so. And sometimes everything just seems like literally like a simulation, and I'm like, everything just either seems too good or too bad, and just nothing just clicks. Things just don't click for me how they used to. But love still clicks. Love still clicks.
Do we need this idea of a creative force to make sense of and value love? What's the second best way to make sense
That's a
of
good
love
question.
without this force?
Need, desire, I think of Castaway when you ask that question.
Castaway?
Yeah.
The movie with Tom
Yeah.
Hanks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he really loved that volleyball. Like,
Wilson.
he really loved Wilson. So, that's a really, really astounding question. So, can you say that again? Can you say that question again?
Do we need this idea of a creative force to make sense of or value love as a phenomenon? Or maybe what's the second best way to make sense of that concept without this creative force being real?
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I can hear Rihanna's song coming through this. That's crazy. And it's literally talking about love. Like coming through the mic. Gosh, which it's like, that's the thing, it's like, it's interesting how the creative force of like nature and like things like working into people's life, like the way that I'm thinking of it, work and play into this concept of love and what I think love is, but it's like, to separate them, my mind is trying to pull them apart and evaluate them as two separate things on their own, and it's just like, it's like this, it's like the most difficult thing to not to like have them like this and just have them like over here like that.
It's hard to separate them.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that one. I'm gonna be thinking about that all day though.
So,
I don't know that much.
So love is one reason potentially to think that a creative force is real and true. Are there any other reasons besides that? What is the best reason to think that a creative force is real and true?
Breath.
The existence of breath?
Yeah, I think that's one of the most like kind of perplexing things for me to think about is breath. I've done yoga on and off here and there, and it's interesting, like when you just like slow down and you take those you look at those spaces in between the breath, and then the breath comes back. It's like, what is that? Where is that coming from? And I think that might be that to me might be more indicative of a creative force than love, because it's more tangible to me. It's something that even as I sit here, I can't not breathe, but where does that come from? Like when someone dies and they stop breathing and it's gone, it's like the breath is the one thing that you see leave that alerts you, like, oh, it's not like whatever was there is not there. Where did it go?
Are you meaning by breath by something more than the physical process the body does?
Yeah.
Or is it just that physical process?
I guess it's how I link the physical process to a creative source, because when it comes to like birth and death, breath in there is like, well, I guess you can be breathing and not conscious, but are you? Because you don't really know where the mind's going.
Yeah. Breath is just a signal that something is alive if it's breathing. You can't breathe when you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my answer. I gotta think about it a lot though. I'm gonna be thinking. This is so great. Hold on, let me take some notes really quick.
Sure. We'll try to be here on Sundays. Do you come to the park often?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it might not be here next Sunday, but the week after.
Creative source. Separating love, creativity. Okay.
Cool.
I will see you soon.
Yeah, we'd love to continue. And we like to offer everyone we talk to one of these little puzzle pieces. Feel free to take a color, and they can come back and get another color and build out the whole set with free conversations.
I'm really not wanting to take the red one, but because I don't want to take it, I'm going to take it.
Oh, yeah. Sweet. Thank you so
much.
Appreciate it.
Oh.
Have a great day.
Have a beautiful day.
You too.
Okay.
Really good. So you're next.
Oh, those went dry.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you? I think you're going to talk with Dolly next. We kind of switch out. Want to clean that?
Wait, so what should I talk about?
Just talk about like career and like being like feeling like, you know.
Oh, I'm doing it with you?
Yep. We're just
Hi.
trading off.
Career and like work. Kind of
Career and work.
like
Okay.
career and like your work.
Okay.
Sure. Did you clean this part off?
I didn't.
Cool beans. Thank you.
Uh huh. Cool.
Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah, this is a standard old microphone.
How are you?
I am well. My name is Dolly. Your name is?
I'm Kendall Harris.
Hello, Kendall Harris.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, could you tell me something that you think is true about the world?
Oh, that I think is true. I think that the world is changing, and I think that
Okay.
it's starting with my generation.
Okay, the world is changing in your
Evolving.
generation in a new way or in a more
I-
expansive way?
I say expansive. I think that the way that we're, believing in things
Okay.
and how we are spreading positivity and including a lot more body types and gender roles and, sexuality,
Uh-huh.
racism, the
Yeah.
list goes on. And I think that it also has to do a lot with social media, the advent of social media.
Okay. So the advent of social media is changing how we
Consume information.
consume information, maybe how we see people in categories,
Yes, sir.
how we treat them based on categories or not.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I think my generation is changing how we react to that information, if that
Okay.
makes sense.
Sure. So, what's something that people react to differently now than 20 years ago?
I mean, I can't tell you everything. I wasn't here. I'm not
just-
even 20.
Right, just
But,
pick. Pick
I
one of
would-
those things that you see as different than when I was young.
Oh, man. I think the most obvious right now is racism.
Okay.
I'm very passionate. Obviously, I have close ties to Black Lives Matter
Mm-hmm.
and the movement and what it stands for. And, just from history class, of course, I wasn't there 20 years ago, but
Mhm.
from what I'm being taught, your generation, I guess,
Mhm.
wasn't
I
nearly
take
as
no offense.
kind
My generation was stupidly racist.
or caring. And I think that my generation still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
We
And my
have tons of
generation
work
was a
to
lot better than my parents,
do. Yeah, for
who was
sure.
a lot better than my grandparents.
For sure.
Yeah.
So I think that it's always progressing, upwards.
Yeah.
Positively.
When is it enough? Are you guys going to achieve enough? I'm speaking to your generation.
Right. Do you think that you think we're gonna achieve enough? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking will you get far enough that we don't need to go further?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's gonna take a lot more generations and a lot more decades to get where we need to go. I feel like
will you
the
get
pain-
halfway?
Woo! Halfway? I don't think so. I hate to be pessimistic, but it just feels like it's so much work that we have to do and so much pain that we have to unbox.
Okay.
That we're just touching the surface.
so many people are still stuck in the mindset that race truly divides us. Like that's what truly divides us, not our character,
Okay.
you know, in our hearts, but race. So, and we hadn't even, you know, convinced enough people that is not the determining factor of someone's personality yet. So
Okay.
how are we going to get halfway?
If you were successful in convincing 90% of everybody that race had nothing to do with personality,
Right.
would that be halfway?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Yeah? Okay. I think you can reach that.
Right.
I think you may
so?
already have.
You think so?
I think so. But I don't know.
I'm a little bit skeptic about that. Maybe not 90%. But like 65, 70.
So how could we find out how many people currently really don't hold race as a predictor of personality?
Well, you know, I did AP statistics in high school, so I'm like thinking about like surveys, like non-biased surveys.
You're probably better at stats than I am.
Yeah.
Although I'm a fan of
Biased.
stats. I understand stats. I can read them pretty well.
Really? To be quite honest,
I know what I
with
know
you,
means and everything.
Not to be pessimistic, but I don't think that we can. I don't think that we can truly.
You can't know if people have that?
You don't know if people are telling the truth. You know.
Oh.
You know, the list goes
So
on.
the alternative might be that people would expect that people think they are expected to say they don't consider it, but yet they actually act like they do consider it, something like that?
Exactly.
Okay.
So it's like this will, you know. That's why I say it'll take decades.
Is there a meaningful subset of people that actually don't consider race to be predictive of personality?
I think so.
Okay.
I hope so.
I hope I'm in that. It feels like I'm in that.
Sure.
And I haven't always been that. I was probably terribly racist when I was 20. I blame my parents.
I think, you know, I think with time comes experience. You know better, you do better. I guess I don't hold that against anyone. There's a lot of things that I can improve on as well, so.
Okay. What could you learn tomorrow that you don't know today? So you got to make this up.
Actually, I'm sorry. Before you ask me that, could you tell me what changed your perspective? Is it the social media that helped you and brought it to your awareness, or what was it?
No, it was well before social media. I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian, right-wing, Southern Baptist-y kind of missionary school.
Where are you from?
Local.
Oh, you're from
Long
LA. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Missionary school in Long Beach, North Long Beach. They've moved since then, but anyway. And so the teachings that my parents have were very racist to begin with. They believed that there was a curse on Ham from Noah in the Bible, and from that they based their racism, and it was pretty ugly. In any case, so when I broke away from my parents religiously and stopped believing in a young Earth, and I didn't so much stop believing in creationism right away. That took much later. But I stopped believing in the young Earth. I started believing that evolution was the way it was all done. I started believing a whole bunch of things. And now the notion of like original sin from Eden, poof, oh, horrible, no way. You know, Eden didn't happen, so can't have original sin, therefore, and so on. And then I get to, like, the flood didn't happen, so there's no way, curse of Ham, so what? You know, a lot of the reasons that I were given made no sense in light of what I came to understand just from letting go of the most extreme parts of my religion. Becoming a much more liberal Christian in those era. And that changed my mind about a lot of things, about race and about queer and about a bunch of other kind of stuff.
I mean, it's interesting.
By the way, just to be clear, I'm not a theist anymore. I've been an atheist about 13 years.
Okay. See, I'm a Christian. And I've raised in a Christian school, raised in a Christian family. And now I don't go to a Christian school. Obviously, I'm graduated.
Okay.
And since the pandemic, my family hasn't really been going to church.
Okay.
But I individually listen to church every Sunday.
Cool.
I go on the internet. I read my Bible, daily devotion. I pray all the time. So I'm very passionate about it. And I see that now. I don't want to get too deep into the Bible or any of that, just because
I'll go wherever you take me.
I'm still budding with it. I'm still, interpreting the Bible myself, so I can't have a deep conversation about it just yet.
For an atheist, I know a lot about the Bible. Because I was a theist for 40 years.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I just know my relationship with God, so I'm going to stick with him. But where I was going with that is just I see now is kind of this thing, I think, with gay rights has also kind of been brought up with the Bible, and I guess I was not curious but interested in understanding, how does it tie in with people going anti-Bible or
anti-Bible?
Anti-Christian.
What is? Do you mean anti, like somebody who's going against the Bible?
A little bit.
Okay.
Or not against. Not
so
against
somebody's
it.
annoyed with the Bible or annoyed with theists?
Because of gay rights.
Okay. Are they in favor of gay rights or against gay rights?
In favor.
Okay, they're in favor of gay rights. If they're in favor of gay rights, does that mean they have to be against the Bible?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Because Leviticus. I mean, they have to disagree with the Bible a little bit, right?
I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's okay.
Let's get past it.
It's okay. By the way, I'm very pro-gay rights.
Okay.
I'm queer myself, so I'd have to be self-hating not to be in favor of gay rights.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not saying that you have to be completely against the Bible. I'm saying that you'd have to disagree with at least some parts of it.
See, I can't even go backwards because I haven't interpreted the entire Bible yet myself.
That's okay.
So I don't know. I shouldn't have brought it up. My bad.
You're welcome to. That's what this is for.
Okay. And what was the question you were asking me?
What could you learn, something you don't know today, that would make you more sure that your current generation is making profound, significant change? Maybe change of a type that's never been seen before.
And you said, what could I learn?
What could you learn that would make you more sure?
That's a hard question. There's a lot to unbox or unwrap with that one.
So a new story comes out and you're reading it. There's several people on YouTube and they're looking at it. And this is a new great story about how much change the current generation is having in the world. What's in that story?
I would probably just say more unity.
More unity. So a whole bunch of people came together and affirmed Black Lives Matter?
It's not even just Black Lives Matter. I think that race was just one subject of what my generation is dealing with or speaking out about. I would say gender roles and the list goes on. And just rights in general, ageism.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Young and old. I think just unity just in general.
Okay. So if you saw a huge parade that was no longer called the Pride Parade, but was called the Pride and the Black and the everybody else and the the queer and the humans and the old and the young parade, it's the everybody parade, and we're all celebrating each other. Would that be an example?
Yes, sir. I think that's beautiful.
Okay, good. Now I want the hypothetical on the other side. What kind of thing could you make you less sure that the kind of change that you're seeing in your generation is profound or qualitatively unique?
I'm laughing because this is so controversial.
Is it?
And I'm trying to be politically correct.
Okay. Is it controversial that your generation is making huge change?
Not at all. Not at
Good.
all. I'm saying the question. The question
of what you could learn to be less sure. That's controversial?
I mean, what you see in the news 24/7, division, and I don't want to get stuck on race, but even just, neighborhood shootings. I'm not educated as I was blessed to grow up in a pretty safe neighborhood, so I can't tell you the reason behind those types of, events occurring. all I know is that it's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
And so even just that, whether you're the same race, same gender, I don't know. But the fact that someone could, impose violence on someone else,
I think being against road shootings is not a controversial position.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
Not at all. So if you saw a lot more of that, that would make you less sure.
Yes, sir, for sure.
Yeah, okay. And if you saw a lot less of that, maybe it would make you more sure.
Right.
Cool. I hope you win.
Thank you. I do too. I do too.
Cool. Thank you for the conversation. Do you have any questions back for me? And do you think I've understood you fully?
I do.
Good.
Yes, sir. I think this is a great conversation. Can I get your name one more time?
I'm Dolly. D-A-L-I.
Mr. Dolly. Nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take to grow out your beard?
Hard to say. I think I stopped shortening it 7 or 8 years ago, and it's been longer than this. Sometimes when I keep it braided a lot of the time, it'll get down past my belly button.
Oh Lord.
So if I keep it braided really consistently, it wears slower.
Okay.
And it'll stay a little bit longer.
Okay.
But really, this is like its natural length. It's falling out at that rate.
Do you moisturize it?
Not really.
So you kind of just like let it be.
I let it be. I brush it. I brush the oils from my skin into it. Yeah, and then I clean it once or twice a week. I shampoo it once or twice a week to keep it clean otherwise, and that's it.
And at night, do you braid it?
I will braid it a lot of the time.
That's tough.
Yeah, and it's a simple braid.
That's cool. Well, it was nice talking to you, Mr.
Thank you.
Dolly. Good luck on your podcast.
Thank you. Would you like one of these?
Oh, the whole thing?
Nope. There's 3 there.
Oh, I just take one?
You can take any one of them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an obvious bribe to get you to come back.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you.
That was cool.
Anybody else?
No.
Next victim. Yes. I don't want to throw it at them. I am a juggler. I can throw it at them.
Can I get 3 of these?
Yeah, you can have all of them you want. Once I open those, I'm almost tempted to give you the whole thing, because once I open them, they dry out.
Oh. Do you want me to take it?
Not particularly, because I'll have it open for the rest of the day.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Oh shit, Wendy.
Wendy? That was her name? Wendy?
Oh, it's Wendy right
Oh,
now.
it's Wendy.
What was her name?
I hope it was in the text. I failed to write it down, so I'll at worst have to review the recording.
Yeah, I'll review it. I like her comment about saying she wanted to be politically correct. What triggered that again? Talking about something?
I'm not really sure what, because it didn't seem to me like a controversial topic. It seemed so middle of the road.
Yeah.
The current generation is making enormous change. Yeah.
Kindle.
Good. Kindle?
Kindle, I believe. That's what Scott says.
Okay. Yes. She gave me 2 names.
Okay.
Something with H, and I just tried at most to remember the first one. All right.
Oh yeah, dude. Good. That's what I said. No, she's visiting this.
Did you listen in to my one?
I did. I got on the Bose and listened in, and I'm a little fascinated because she's coming from a religious position, and it seems like she's 80% toward atheist at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I think of it as the redefining phase.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people go through a deconstruction of faith and go through a phase of redefining God into something they can live with. Thank you. Over and over again, until finally they give up on caring whether to call something a God or not.
Yeah.
Not always.
Yeah.
People have their own route.
Yeah, there's mainly focusing on the psychosocial motivations. Like she mentioned purpose, like explicitly, and love, and way to make sense of things, like how.
Yeah. Her establishment that love was like objectively true, and to me it's like, and what does love mean for you?
Yeah.
Describe this love thing. Is love a juice? Is it an action? Is it a special energy? Is it a status? Is it an emotional resonance between people? It seems terrifically powerful for people, though.
Puppy.
Got a puppy
over there?
Ooh. I got some really good news. I think it was from the CDC that with a significant N, 99.3 of the deaths from COVID are non-vaccinated people.
So vaccination's working.
Vaccination's working pretty well. And I've got to assume that people that are vaccinated are taking much less precaution than they were. So
Yeah.
So that difference is greater than it would seem. And it's
Especially judging by the packed
0.7%.
bar and, club last night.
Yeah.
I can confirm that.
Yeah. People are vaxxed and waxed and ready to party. Yeah. I'm glad people are able to do that, and it does seem to be, especially in terms of actual fatalities, approaching 3 Sigma. At 3 Sigma, I'm really happy. Love me some 3 Sigma action. So I think at this point, people who are choosing not to vaccinate are just essentially looking to stay in 2020.
Yeah.
I think they can. I think they can manage to take no extra risk by just staying home. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. That was a cheat. They did an eye contact first.
Do you have that white gaff tape?
Yes.
This plastic is not working well. We'll do the bottom after. Thank you.
Do you want to do it, or you want me to do it?
You can.
Okay. Where would you like?
Just these things come apart. So just however that works.
Yeah, I'd like to take off the existing tape.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Use some of this neat alcohol as a defense.
Okay.
As with painting and fiberglass, preparation is more important than application.
How's it going?
Very good.
Get the other one done?
Yes, please. Nice. That'll stick.
Ooh. Oh, no, no. Oh, this doesn't work. That is silly. Oh, this is no good.
Doing the bottom.
Yeah, the clamps are not fitting properly.
Yeah, they're hard to get to stay. You have to do it like from the side.
Yeah,
Here, you hold
Seems
it.
like I have. The problem is I can't put them in the same place.
Yeah,
Because of the way they interface with the table.
yeah, just hold it.
Oops. Hold on to it for a second. All right. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Oh, thank you.
Adequate? Okay. Oh, lost video and audio feed.
I fixed it.
Okay. Jephthah's daughter, do y'all take questions? Yes, absolutely. We are so happy to take questions from the audience, especially from Jephthah's daughter, because that would be proof of an additional resurrection.
Yeah, so we already showed some of the features.
I think I saw that name on the Introduce Yourself channel
Yes,
recently.
Jephthah's daughter just came in. I think I waved to her this morning.
If I remember, you are not out as an atheist.
Is it a she? The you?
I did have, I have not heard, and whichever, that's totally fine.
We'll get clarification, I'm sure, soon.
Yep. Today, we're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Jedi mind trick, you have to do the wave. Knock droids. Today we're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Howdy. We are doing interviews on any topic you choose. Good day. Howdy.
It's a lot of swan boats.
Yeah. High density of swan boatage. Thanks for taking questions. No worries on the gender. I'd rather keep you curious considering my situation. Yep, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Diamond is listening while cleaning. when driverless public road vehicles become common, I think trash trucks will shrink in size.
Because you could just do trash a lot more often? Or what do you mean?
I mean that when you send out the trash trucks, they would fill up twice as fast, but we don't really care because it's not humans that are having to take the loads to the dump. And therefore, the vehicles being smaller would be cheaper. Essentially, if you could have twice as many vehicles, you could hit twice as many addresses in the time till it takes for them to fill up, but we're not paying a person for the time for them to go empty themselves. So we don't care very much.
Yeah. It's going to be a whole new world when autonomous vehicles happen.
Oh, yeah.
Like, probably can't even imagine what that's going to be like.
Well, I can model it. First of all, if costs don't go down very much, the demand won't go up very much.
Yeah.
Therefore, the passenger miles will probably only go up by a little bit or by a normal growth level. If fewer vehicles are covering more passenger miles, then there will be more deadheading. Very often right now, a person is essentially within 100 meters of wherever their car is parked almost all the time. And that would just no longer be the case. The available car will be further away. And there might be a little bit of waiting. Now, there's a lot more opportunity for rideshare.
Yeah.
I would think in a lot of cases, I would end up opting for the, sure, you can rideshare me at a much lower rate. So I'll accept the little divergences and whatever. But I think actual car miles goes up.
Yeah.
Which, if they don't drive any better than we do, means traffic goes up. Although I think most fans of artificial intelligence driving think that more automated cars on the same road cause less traffic. Because they're better at not creating waves that travel back through traffic. They're better at being good cooperative drivers. And
yeah.
They also, unfortunately, can model what would be for us bad behavior with following distances because their reaction time is so much better than us. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose.
Yep. But you could like make pizza delivery trucks where the kitchen is the truck and you know, you bake the pizza on the way or something.
Yeah, I think they're already doing that somewhat.
Yeah.
Right now, I think they're using it with like portable, highly insulated ovens or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you don't have a driver and you've got a really, really small vehicle, one that would be one person plus their groceries kind of size vehicle, if there's no driver in it, I'm not very concerned about its safety margin. I'm not that concerned about the crashworthiness of a cargo-only vehicle.
Right.
So now I see half-ton cargo-only vehicles being really common.
Right.
I also really love the idea of a lockbox that can be dropped off at your location.
A portable lockbox?
Yeah.
Like a travelable, like a bank lockbox, yeah. Would that be, if it was secure, I'm sure it could be that way.
Yeah. Now you might have a thing on your tree lawn that has something to set the box on it, grabs a hold. A loop coming out of the concrete, grabs a hold. Nope, I'm going to be here till they tell me to leave. Okay. That kind of thing. And then the person picking up the package would identify themselves in real time, either well enough or maybe even to a human at a remote distance to unlock the box to take it, and then the box will become picked up later, and maybe the box goes out with another secure package in it.
Cool.
Same thing could happen at businesses where you have a receiver that can take in a specifically sized locked box or drop one off, however it works. Howdy. We are doing interviews on any topic you choose. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, I think you have a question here. Lisa says, "Hey guys, I've been listening at work today and wondering why I don't see any women SE YouTubers. Are there any? Well, there's one in the chat there. She's not so much a YouTuber yet. Gina is on our production team, and she's very qualified to do this kind of thing. She hasn't decided to do her YouTube channel yet. We have had a few in the past. Ivy Elf, for example.
Linda Mako.
Uh-huh.
Socrates Jones was a husband and wife team way back when.
Mm-hmm.
And someone's helping us on the course, Rachel.
Yeah.
I don't know her too well, but there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would really love to figure out a way to get greater buy-in from women. It does annoy me that we seem to be kind of male-dominated.
Yeah.
So Jepson, the daughter asked, I joined a Bible study recently with people I have zero connection with and 30 miles from me. They know I'm an atheist. They are against the Big Bang. They are young earthers and deny evolution. The idea behind this was to work on my intentional listening without the need to have a rebuttal, even if it was completely erroneous, and to shine a positive light and experience with an atheist. Very nice. The first meeting I sat and listened and didn't really say much at all. It was difficult. I feel I need to engage more, but with a soft manner, along the lines of SE. Thoughts? I think that's a really, really good way to establish rapport with people and communicate. I pondered if I should return. Well, as long as it is not risking you, as long as it is achieving your goals, then yeah, sure. As far as what goals you have, if you have the goals to change their mind, that's one thing. If you have the goals of just learning how to establish communications with people with whom you disagree, that's another. As far as along the lines of SE, yeah, if you can stay on neutral questions and mostly avoid having the agenda to convince. Almost everybody they talk to outside their own little group are trying to convince them of their thing. There's basically the two groups, the kind of people that are trying to convince them against their beliefs and the kind that are trying to reinforce their beliefs. If you can be in the middle of, I'd like to discuss your beliefs without banging them over your head, I think that's really important and helpful. Of course, it takes all kinds. I've noticed there are a lot of people who have told me they were like really moved by Christopher Hitchens, things like that. So it takes all types if your goal is to change minds. I've really softened my goals personally on the question of theism, atheism. I'm not really goal-oriented toward changing people's beliefs. I like it when people take on critical thinking, whether that changes their beliefs or not. And I really like when people who are otherwise sort of hardliners soften up and learn to be able to speak across ideological bounds to people that do disagree with them. Doesn't mean they have to change their minds, but if they can soften up the rhetoric, if they can soften up the, wow, you're in this group, you believe this thing, therefore you must have these other Hitler traits. That's a significant enough change for me.
Good stuff there. Anybody interested in an interview? Hello. Wow. Jacket and everything. Plug those headphones back in.
Okay. Lisa says, I want to start doing it, but I'm hesitant to do it alone. Any advice? Do it not alone. If you give us your like city or something, the easiest thing for us to do is find somebody else who's interested and willing and have you team up. I, for myself, certainly don't want to do this kind of thing alone. It's way outside of my comfort zone. So I've been real happy to do this with Reed during some of the time last year when it was somewhat safe to go out and Reed was out of town. I did it with Quinn near. My wife Kimberly has joined along on a bunch of these. So yeah, I'm not actually comfortable going out in public alone doing a thing like that. Salt Lake City, okay. So yeah, we need to ask for who.
That would be great to have someone in Salt Lake City.
Oh, that'd be so awesome.
Yeah, it's a gold mine.
Uh-huh.
The best sea content there.
So yeah, I will thank you, Jeff, this daughter, you're in Houston. I will keep my eye out for anybody in Utah that would be interested and willing to go out and do some public things. And then as far as the actual equipment and everything else, I am so happy to point you at Street Epistemology International, who's got grants set aside for getting people equipped to do this kind of thing. There's a couple of things you'll need, you know, the microphones and video cameras and a few things like that. Mostly consumer grade. We don't need amazing stuff, but a good setup will cost you $1,000, and SEI has got money set aside to help people do that. We don't want that to be the showstopper for you. I say we. I'm a recipient of SEI, not in the decision tree.
Yeah, we've got some for you once that Google Sheet is or whatever.
Yeah,
is just filled out.
I'm currently in process of receiving another grant, roughly for like 6 months of everything.
Did you see Nathan Orman's stream, Open Conversations stream yesterday?
No, didn't catch that yesterday.
He went out and did SE in real life with a camera.
Nice.
And talked about his experience there. Nobody allowed him to record, but he still had some conversations.
Oh, okay.
But it's good to see.
Yeah. I wonder if that's a standard UK thing.
Probably.
Okay. So Lisa, are you on the Street Epistemology Discord? Yeah, editing time can get ridiculous. I was convinced very early on by FK, my producer, that doing my stuff live would really expand my output relative to the time I spent. And that live people will just accept whatever things go. that they don't expect a level of perfect editing polish in a live event. Okay, Lisa. So please contact me at jugglingLessons@gmail.com so that I have contact information back, and I will keep in mind Salt Lake. If I find somebody in Salt Lake, I will try to meet you up.
You have juggling lessons at Gmail. Does anybody randomly email you asking for juggling lessons?
I haven't had that in a long time.
But you've had that one. You've had it before.
Yeah. I mean, I've had the been close. It's been 2 decades. I've had the email address from when I was actually teaching juggling at Renaissance Fair. So it was just really simple.
I wonder how much the URL for that would be. I'm sure it's taken.
Oh. I imagine.
No. It's not.
Juggling lessons, what?
.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah, juggling lessons is not a very SE specific name.
Yeah. Anyone like to be on the podcast? Nope. Yeah, I want to try that area over there. I've been there before.
Other side of the...
Yeah. It's kind of near where people are hanging out in the shade and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Might
Sure.
be more interesting. I want to be on a podcast.
Go back to it.
Could there be created a channel on the Discord for people who want to meet up in person? I suppose so. What would you call it? Like local groups? Local SE?
There could be like a category of, local SE, based on cities. Los Angeles SE.
SE meetup?
SE meetups.
SE meetup? Yeah.
That'd be good. There's meetups. I can just make a meetup account with the current account we have. Just another meetup group.
Oh, I actually use the meetup app.
Yeah, just you could use that. That has not been going well. People don't show up from that, really. You showed up. So that's somebody.
Couldn't keep me away. Meetup wasn't the thing that made that work.
Did you not find out about or?
I didn't find out through Meetup. I found out about it through Discord.
Okay.
You invited, and the first time I had to install Meetup to answer your Meetup. Yeah.
as an app.
Your meetup is the only meetup I've ever interacted with on Meetup.
Okay. Maybe I should not be using Meetup. What's the best way to find people interested in SE here locally in Los Angeles? Facebook ads?
I don't know. How do we find people that are interested in SE? I mean, there's obviously the SE Discord, the SE Facebook group, that kind of thing. If they've come to an SE thing. Also, we could put it as a could be on the SE website. Something about local SE meetup groups. If you want to sign up for this, just tell us what city you're in and you want to do SE. And if you're in the same city as somebody, you guys can figure out how to contact each other, and maybe we can help.
Yeah, do social media ads for that link on that website.
Something like that.
Based on whichever location.
Right. So if you'd like to go out and do SE in public and you'd like to do it in a group situation, really the only limiting factor is probably we should be in the same city. We should be within range of each other.
Can we target people based on which pages they follow? Like, just target Anthony's page followers on Facebook or Twitter followers?
I don't know. We can also put it on the bumper of SE videos.
Yeah.
Ask creators to say, like Nathan could say, "Hi, I'm on a meetup for Portland, and if you want to meet up in other cities, go to this thing and tell us what city you're in." And when two or more are gathered, we'll make it work. And it could be coordinated on the Discord. There's lots of options. Howdy. We're doing interviews today on any topic you choose. Good day. We're doing interviews on any topic you choose. Thank you. I find Nathan Orman's situation kind of interesting. He's actively joining in with his local church group, and being open about his belief structure, which is essentially like agnostic atheist at this point, but he really likes the cultural Christian atmosphere, and he's in a liberal enough church environment now where both he and V are apparently really happy with it. So cool.
Yeah.
Howdy. We're doing interviews today on any topic you choose. I've really enjoyed watching Nathan's progression over the last several years. He's philosophically so brilliant. He understands so much.
Hi, want to be on a podcast? Doing some interviews.
We're interviewing on any topic you choose.
What's that?
We're interviewing on any topic you choose.
Let's see. You're interviewing who?
Random people.
If you like. On any topic you choose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There are a couple of suggestions there, but whatever you want, whatever you're into.
Now, how obscure could the topic be?
Anything.
So you have a YouTube channel?
I
Yep,
do.
we're live streaming right now from that camera.
Really?
Yep.
Yep.
So they know what color shirts you're wearing.
So I always like so I want to, me being me, I'd like to come up with an obscure topic that is
Cool.
difficult for what
Here, let me-
Egyptology.
Let me clear the spot.
Yeah, Egyptology.
Or what about something that's taboo, like
Love those.
taboo.
How about
Taboo is
something-
great.
How about something that isn't taboo, like maybe abortion, death penalty?
No. Everyone's
Yeah.
sick. Everyone is sick, me included, of hearing those kind of topics. How about
Are you the interviewer?
I am. You can listen in on over there if you want.
Okay,
Or you
so
can flip for it.
what about
why are
pedophiles
so
in the
many
Catholic
buildings?
Church?
Why are so many buildings ugly? Because he's an architect.
Oh.
Well, yeah, but now that's like, oh, so you want to say that's the topic? All right. You want to do that?
He's an expert on it. So if you ask him that question,
Yeah.
It's,
Whatever. Yeah. We want to more so get into the reasons and how we can know about whatever we're claiming is the case to be true. So the topic really doesn't matter. It's really about the epistemology, how we know what we know.
Oh, how we know what we know.
Yeah.
John, it's actually more about how we know what we know.
But we can explore it through a topic.
Oh, I see.
And I want to understand what you believe and why as well. about
Well,
the topic.
how do we know what ugly is?
Yeah, that's a good question. Want to put on headphones?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, my name is Reed. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Reed. I'm Sean.
Sean, cool. Nice to meet you. Do you come to the park often?
I do. I come every Sunday generally.
Nice. And how do you know each other?
John and I are old friends. We met at a wedding probably like 20 or 30 years ago.
Oh, wow. You met at a wedding?
Yeah, our friend Steve Tarnoff was getting married, and that's how we met. We were there at the wedding, and we just started chatting, and then we would walk. He had 2 dogs, and I had 2 dogs, so we would walk the dogs on Sunday,
All right.
and we would actually debate who had a worse dog. So my dog, Orky was disobedient, but John had this dog Zeppo, and we were walking in Elysian Park, and some people were having a picnic lunch, and Zeppo lifted his leg and pissed on their lunch.
That's pretty good evidence about the badness of a dog, potentially.
Yeah. So Zeppo, and then I don't know, Orky wouldn't come when you called him. He would run away. He was just actually he was a she, but
Oh, really?
but anyway.
Yeah, so you no longer have any dogs, but now you're still walking.
No, he doesn't have any dogs. I downsized to a smaller dog and a cat.
Okay, gotcha. Sweet. Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, what we do here is like to chat with people about something to help them think through whatever, reflect on it, and figure out how we can know whatever is actually true. So, want to do that for a few minutes?
Sure.
Any time constraints, you can set the timer if you want.
After 10 minutes, I get boring.
Sure. All right, so what should we talk about?
Well, ugly.
Yeah, why? I think you said, why are most buildings ugly?
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, maybe the claim, are most buildings ugly?
Well, it's an interesting thing. So there's, back in the day, I was a fan of Frank Zappa, and he had a song, and in the song, he asked the question, he said, what's the ugliest part of your body? And so I'll ask you the question, what's the ugliest part of your body?
Right now, probably my, fat belly from COVID, too many Starbucks. I broke my foot, and I had to stay on my butt for, months, and that did not help with the belly.
Well, the answer in his song was your mind. Your mind is the ugliest part of your body.
Okay, I see. So, your mind is the ugliest part because that's where the ugliness comes from?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. It's actually really true. Nothing about you, everything else about you is subjective, right? Your hair, your fingers, your stomach, whatever.
Yeah. Is there an objectiveness to beauty or ugliness or aesthetics?
I don't think there is. I think beauty could be anything. And in fact, I would say an artist is someone who takes something that most people have no interest in, that's either boring or whatever, and then they show people how that can be beautiful.
All right. And beauty potentially applies to buildings. And would you make the claim that most buildings in Los Angeles are ugly?
Yes, I would.
Okay. All right.
I think most people would agree.
What percent of the buildings are ugly?
Oh, a large percentage, you know.
Like 95 or?
Yeah, I'd put it up at 95. I would say in fact, people might disagree, but I would say the newer buildings they're built to a better standard. I'm not going to say they're artistic, but they're more articulated. There's more, materials are more varied. So I would say that people find them less objectionable.
Yeah, what particular style or like time period of buildings are the most ugly in Los Angeles?
Well, people still really they like case study modern, but they don't like office building modern. And I would say office building modern, just a straight curtain wall going up, 50 or 60 floors. I think most people consider that unattractive.
It's just a box, pretty much.
Just a box, yeah.
Like a dark brown or whatever box.
Yeah, just glass,
Or glass, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the more ugly types of buildings, and most, like 95% of buildings are ugly. Yeah, what makes a building ugly?
I think if a building is rooted in practicality, then it tends to make it ugly. And
rooted in practicality.
Yeah, meaning so they want to build it for, a set amount of money. They want that money to be a low amount of money. And most buildings are built as a financial equation. They're built to make money. Like an office building or even a residential building is built to make money. And I think that's probably the thing that would make them ugly, because they don't spend enough money.
Yeah, they care about what's happening inside for a business rather than the building itself. People just need to be together somewhere to do something.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's expensive to add beauty to buildings, potentially.
Some buildings let's say a church, it serves a religious purpose, so they'll say it's worth it to spend the money to make it nicer. But most buildings, like I said, and a church, it's not a building built to make money. So like I said, that's kind of the thing. And people will spend money on their own homes. Some of them come out well, some not so well. And then some don't even care. They just say, no, I'm going to be just as cheap with my home as I am with, that warehouse that I work at.
Okay, so there's a trade-off between practicality, potentially, and the beauty of a building. The more practical, the more likely it is it'll be ugly.
Correct, I think so. Yeah.
Any other things that make buildings ugly besides the practicality?
I'd say that would be the number one cause. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the cause of the ugliness. What about just the features that make it ugly?
Well, any of those features done in the correct way, like people say a blank wall is ugly, but a blank wall could also be beautiful if it's done in a nice way.
Okay.
So I don't think there's any inherent feature that's automatically ugly. It's how you use that feature.
How you use it.
Yes.
Okay. Where the...
And that ties back to my Frank Zappa joke.
Yeah. What are the top few misuses of a combination of features that someone could say, yeah, don't do those things in a building because it'll make it ugly?
I don't really know. The other thing is, I would say, a lack of originality. So trying something new, I think, makes a building more interesting. And if a building is more interesting, I think over time it will become more beautiful. But initially people will just say, oh, that looks odd.
What's the most beautiful building in Los Angeles, you think? Or the top contenders?
The top. Boy, you know, I'm not a fan of. I'm opposed to best lists of the best things, or you know, because I don't think that's a. What would you say? I think that's misleading. But I would say a building. Let's see, buildings that are beautiful. The gas company building in downtown LA, it's a high-rise building, but that's as a high-rise building, that's a beautiful high-rise building.
Okay. I don't know what that building is. I'll have to look up. It's a gas company? What company? Just
Southern California Gas.
Oh, just the local municipal building?
It's kind of right next to the library downtown.
Okay.
Let me think what else. And of course, the Disney Concert Hall, I would say, is a beautiful building.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else? The Stall House, you know, up in the hills. That's the one where the picture, where the corner is all glass, and it has there's a famous Julia Schulman photograph of the two women chatting, and you can see the city lights of LA down below. So that's a beautiful building.
Cool.
And you know, I don't know, off the top of my head, it's a beautiful building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are just a few. If someone came up to the table and said, you know, most buildings in Los Angeles are actually not ugly, they're just not ugly. What reasons would they be mistaken, and why would they be mistaken?
They would be mistaken, and from the combination of things of there's ugly buildings that people don't maintain. Oh, the Bradbury building's a beautiful building.
Bradbury?
Yeah. But, you know, I don't really, you know, the buildings in Los Angeles, most of them are too low, they're kind of too small, and then they're just not properly maintained, and people, a combination of maybe it was okay when it was started, but they don't maintain it, and then it you know, it becomes unattractive.
Yeah, a not well-maintained building, or broken, or just things are messed up about it. That's not beautiful.
Yeah, the other thing is if someone took an ordinary building, perhaps by doing nice, creative things to it, they could take an ordinary building and make it into a beautiful building. But most people don't do that. They take an ordinary building and it just stays ordinary.
Okay. What's the best way to actually tell how many buildings in Los Angeles are ugly or not? Would we have
I don't know. I don't really have it's not something I keep track of. I do have a game I play, which is when they tear down a building, you have to try and remember, like the building is usually gone in a day. And the test of whether it was a nice building or not is, can you remember what was there before they tore it down? And the answer to that question is usually no.
Most buildings are not memorable when they're torn down. It's like, oh, I don't even remember what that was.
Yeah, I mean, when I was working, I would drive across the city every day, and I would see a building was gone, and I would ask myself, what did the building that was there look like? And it was very rare that I could remember what the building looked like before it was torn down.
So that's another potential criteria, the memorability.
Yeah.
A building, make it, you know, if you see it, you'll be able to remember it sometime later. And if it was torn down, you remember it.
Yeah.
That's another part of it.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think we're at 10 minutes. Anything else to talk about with this topic?
No, I think
Sean?
that's it.
All right. Cool. Appreciate the conversation.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah. Thanks so much. And if you see us again, we'd love to chat about something else sometime.
Okay. All right.
Want to take a puzzle piece? One of these little squishy stress ball things?
Nah, save it for the kids.
All righty.
Oh, maybe I got a granddaughter. Maybe I'll...
Just one color.
All right, I'll give it to my granddaughter.
Ideally one color.
Oh, just one color?
Yeah, and then you can come back and get all of them. Then you don't want to do that. All right. All right, well, thank you.
You'd have to, you know.
Yeah. All right. Someone needs to sit down in this chair before it blows away. It's okay if it's level. Want to be on a podcast, doing some interviews? Hello. Hi, want to be on a podcast, doing some interviews?
Oh, no, it's like the opposite. You need uncertainty to have knowledge.
Okay.
Maybe that's a good topic. It's only
I am also a fallibilist.
It's only by acknowledging ignorance do you gain knowledge.
Agreed.
I just read the Homo sapiens.
Sapiens,
book,
yeah.
and he makes that point over and over again that scientific knowledge is advanced by acknowledging ignorance.
Yep.
Yep.
And they're asserting unfalsifiable theories.
That's one of the problems.
Oops, 17 minutes left.
They treat their ideas as if they start from a house of cards. It's house of cards because they have no. So you have to back up. What do you find this?
Yeah.
So it means that this. I don't know.
That's what it is.
Karl Popper.
Yeah. Oh, please
So
don't
I
call.
mean, and I learned about Karl Popper's position.
I both the falsification and a
Good. So you know that so many things today are unfalsifiable. So how can you apologize? Good meeting. All right.
There are a few different criteria. He gave the more practical a building is, the more likely it's going to be ugly. The more original it is, the more beautiful potentially, and the more memorable it is if it was torn down. Those things. I hear something.
Spilled my soda on my shorts.
Oh no.
It's diet, it won't sticky.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Spilling soda is more like slightly colored water at this point for me. Not a big problem.
Well, that was an original claim. Never done that claim before.
Cool. And that was about the beauty of buildings?
Yeah, like 95% of buildings in LA are ugly.
Uh-huh. I ended up spending 80% of my attention on John
All right.
during that, so...
All right, want to do a podcast interview? Okay.
Lulz, no.
All right. The ramp is open now. That's nice.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Does that mean you might move Zimdum up to here to load?
No, I'm just across the street over there.
Okay. It's been a pretty successful day, methinks.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Could have been better. It's okay though.
I see this other alternative thing where this is like a meetup situation where we get enough heads up that a lot of people want to come and be part of a thing. And we have several tracks, I see people like 8 chores at the barber shop, no waiting kind of thing.
That would be ideal. Or just have a brick and mortar place where people can come to have their beliefs questioned, and we could do training. We could like always have some kind of podcast or conversation going. It would be like a business. That'd be interesting.
I think if it's fixed in location, you're going to saturate the market very quickly. I'm thinking of something portable.
Yeah.
Go from city to city, and because we're hitting that city for the first time.
SE bus.
Yeah, SE bus. And it might not have to be a bus.
What if we got a bunch of SE people and did a bus tour from September to October?
Okay.
That'd be awesome.
I'm certainly game for a couple of weeks of that.
Yeah. I'll add that to the budget of SEI. SE bus tour.
SE bus tour to be considered.
Budget.
Yeah, so would that be a chartered bus? Or are you just saying
we'd rent a RV type thing
and sleep in it?
Maybe, yeah.
And travel from city to city, doing events each day?
Yep.
Okay. What are alternatives that make a significant financial difference?
Just driving our own cars.
Okay, so driving a minimum number of cars with a maximum number of people in each car?
Yeah, and then we could get Airbnbs in a city, a big house or something.
Okay.
That should be easy. That's probably better to do. I want to be on a podcast interview.
Sorry?
Want to do a podcast interview?
I just want to see what it's about, actually, first.
We're interviewing people on any topic they choose.
Okay.
And we're very interested in how you come to believe that, how you reason about it, and we try very hard not to push back from an alternate position.
Okay, well, that's fair.
Go ahead.
Yep. And you can set the timer.
Oh, I got you. Come on, babies.
Cool,
Is it all right if I have this here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll just keep filling it like
It's okay. Everything that can get hurt is already propped up off the wet space.
I gotcha. Weird. Let's work on this and then.
It's all powered by phone batteries.
I gotcha.
So there's no high voltage anywhere.
Good deal. Okay, locked in here.
USB for the win.
There you go. It's beautiful. Okay, right.
And left.
We are live.
We are live.
Excellent.
We are on YouTube right now. We've been live streaming for almost 4 hours. You'll get to be our last interview for the day.
Oh, excellent.
If you want, you can set the timer.
Oh, you have to have a timer?
You don't have to have a timer.
Okay.
The timer's for you, not for me.
I got you.
Okay.
Well, the one thing reason I came over
Yeah.
is actually because you talked about the subject belief.
Yeah.
I try to practice not believing.
Okay.
My idea behind belief is it's kind of science. It's kind of the idea of making a hypothesis and then testing it.
Yes.
So like when a friend comes to me and tries to tell me, I've got this great idea for a business, do you believe me? I usually tell them no.
Okay.
Because by believing them, they're not going to do it.
Oh, if you fail to believe them, will they do it?
Well, then I can actually promote the idea that they are the kind of person that should follow through. And I like to know that they're the kind of person that actually follows through on things.
Okay.
And that it's a knowable thing.
Okay. So you want to see some past history.
I want to see some history.
Okay. Cool.
So one of the things that I think that is like an example of that being, let's say, if I have a friend who's standing at a ledge,
Yes.
and he's telling me, "Oh, you see that building right across the way there? Do you believe I can jump there?" Well, that's the kind of friend I would tell, yes, I do believe you can jump there.
Okay.
Because I don't want him to take the chance of making that leap of faith.
Oh, so
and
if
potentially
you
hurting himself.
failed to believe him, he might feel more inclined to try to prove it.
Exactly.
And that could be a risk.
That could be a risk. So I'd rather have, take stuff that's actually realistic.
Okay.
Like, let's say a business or an art project or I've had a friend come to me one time because I build a lot of things, and he wanted me to help him build a robot.
Oh, nice.
And he was like, "Do you think we can believe? You believe we can do it?" And I was like, "No, I don't believe we can do it. I know we can do it. Let's get started."
Okay.
And so we built a robot.
Okay.
Yes, it was kind of interesting.
So for you, belief is different and maybe not so overlapping about knowing.
Well, like for example, I believe that there's two things that you should believe in.
Okay.
One is what you feel is your God.
Okay.
Because in this life, you're not going to know that.
You're not going to know which is your God?
Well, you're not going to know if what you actually believe is true until you actually pass, or even then, maybe not even know.
Okay.
Like what your beliefs are.
Okay.
So like when a person comes to me and tells me that, they believe in Jesus, or they believe in Muhammad and all those things, I can't sit and argue with that and say, well, I don't believe that or do believe that.
Okay.
Because I can't prove that he's incorrect or it is correct.
All right.
In that, so I want to let him have that. That'll let him have his beliefs there. And then another thing too is that when you really truly love a woman, and I feel you should believe her. Because if you're
so in intimate relationships, you should believe your partner.
You should believe your partner, because that is the thing that if you are constantly asking her to prove where she was, then you're showing an unfaithfulness, that she's really not your woman. You really don't actually have that same kind of faith you'd have in what you think is your God.
Okay.
So I feel that by you taking the inner core desire of wanting to know that she's with you, but that it doesn't really matter if she's with you or not. It's more about you having the knowledge of that you can't possess something, that you should be able to have just enough love that it's to be held onto by belief compared to held onto by solid proof. Because if you're looking for proof, then what are you giving for proof? You're not proving to the other person that you truly love them by asking them to prove to you that they love you.
Okay.
See that? So those are the two things I think that belief should be reserved for. Belief.
Okay.
I don't believe McDonald's is having a sale.
Okay.
Because when they're killing all those cows, I don't think that's I don't know, the cost of beef. Because there's a lot of things to look at.
Sure.
That there's a lot of marketing.
Yeah.
In the general public.
Yeah.
Where the general public words are used to manipulate the mind of the general public.
Okay.
Whereas we as individuals, if you spend a little time, you can feel that if you took it apart a little bit, you could see that just like, for example, like this country we have the Bill of Rights. But we don't have the Bill of Correct. So, that's how you can be in an argument with somebody and you can feel right and they can feel right, but neither are you correct.
Maybe.
So that's the issue I feel. I think that we all live starting our life off on a correct path, by being born, that's the path correct, and then we slowly veer off to the right, to our rights.
Okay.
We have the right to yell and scream and to have a tantrum and to desire and to pursue happiness. But like it says in the Constitution, we have the right to pursue happiness. It doesn't say we have the right to actually get it. You know, we have the right to pursue it. So I think that whenever we catch it in this country, if we get too happy, then they say to you, it's like, look at Manson. You know, he had the right to freedom of speech, and he wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. You know, there's all kinds of people that get away with doing a lot worse things than him, but they don't get incarcerated for life.
Yeah.
But, you know, he didn't have the right to have freedom of speech. I mean, he didn't hire those people, those rich kids. They were all rich kids, correct? Weren't they?
I don't recall exactly, but I know the situation you're talking about, where he was essentially convicted of a conspiracy to murder somebody because they said that he encouraged them.
Encouraged them, right, exactly. There's a lot of encouragement out there. People not getting locked up for that. So, I don't know. I personally don't try to invest lots of time. You know, like I remember as a kid growing up, the OJ thing was a big thing. You know,
I remember that.
OJ this, OJ that.
I remember where I worked when I was listening to all that.
A lot of discussion. A lot of discussion. And I remember people asking me, "What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And I was like, "Well, I wasn't there." So I don't really think much about it. I just generally don't want to invest any judgment on something that I don't have any knowledge of. So what, you know, I think that we have a desire to pass judgment to the point where we don't know. We don't know, and it's all, it falls back on the subject I started off with, belief. You know, what I believe, what I've heard, what I've heard through the grapevine, even. You know, what I mean? It's like really watered down at that point.
When I speak to a lot of people, most of them would overlap belief and knowledge. They would take very strongly overlapping, and I think you're saying that you use belief only for a few special carve-outs.
I don't like yes, exactly. I think that I'm actually right now studying psychology, and there's a lot of, you know, finding overlapping like circles, and they try to let those things like do exactly that. And yes, I put myself in a position where if I'm asked directly, I'll give a direct answer. If I'm asked indirectly, I'll give an indirect answer. I try not to give too much opinion. But I think right now, this is all opinion right now, so we're just sharing opinion. I don't know you, you don't know me. So.
I'm perfectly willing to give my opinion as long as I state that it's my opinion.
Exactly, there you go. That's fun. When's your birthday?
My birthday? September 25th.
Oh, really? That's crazy. That's a second wife's birthday.
Okay.
And I have a really good tie with her. Her father just passed away, and Deborah Lee Vogt. That's an interesting person. I was just thinking about a person that I know that has your same birthday. Three people, actually. I was thinking about them about an hour ago. I was out at Travel Town at Griffith Park Observatory walking around, and they popped into my head. There you are. Another person that same birthday.
Do you sort your memories of people by birthday?
Well, you know, I find that having more to lock a memory to about a person. Okay. Let's say, for example, like I've known several Debbies. But I know several Debbies at different birthdays. Okay. So, for me, it's a way of, like you said, sorting. Sorting and collecting data on an individual, and having more of a clarification than just a Debbie.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your name?
Dolly.
Dolly.
D-A-L-I.
Oh, that's a neat name, Dolly.
Yeah.
I'm Tony.
Hello, Tony.
Tony. Yes.
Yeah. So, when you come to know things, you were talking about from a scientific perspective, like, I think that I know that the ratio of the diameter of a circle and its circumference is pi. I think I know that.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I could have some of that, right? I think I also believe that that's true. Would you find my use of belief in that case to be confusing?
Well, for me, I don't know. I don't know that's the fact. I also know that one of the things that I think about, like when I think about pi, because I think about the numbers in pi, and they talk about how the number will go on forever.
Yeah.
But the decimal point isn't a number. So if you were to take that out, wouldn't then pi stop?
The decimal point. Well, I think what they're saying is
that once you
pi,
once you fractalize it, it
pi
goes on.
can't-
The fractalization can go on forever.
Right. There's
but
reasons
if you
to
take out
believe
that
that pi
fractal-
can't be expressed as a ratio of two whole numbers.
Right. It won't. Yes. Exactly.
Right. It doesn't matter how large the numbers you get. There's still something about more nuance that goes on forever, and I'd have to review why they thought so. But I've seen a couple of proofs as to why pi is, I think what's called irrational.
Yeah, pi
Can't be ratioed.
It's a special one.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
I like it too because it reminds me of
Pi, E, and I are like my three favorites.
E and I. Like what's E and I stands for?
E is the compound interest number.
Yeah, the compound interest.
The difference between simple interest and perfectly compound interest is this simple interest would be 2, and the E would be 2.7818.
Going on.
And of course, again, irrational.
Forever, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, I come from a point where, like, I met somebody when I was a kid who explained to me how. He asked me how old I was, and I told him I was like, I think I was 4 or something, and he knew right off the bat how many times 4 365 was, and
Okay.
he like spit out that bunch of days, and he's like, that's the illusion you've been told here on Earth, and I'm like, what are you talking about, illusion? He goes, yes, because there's no such thing as day. Day is an illusion that happens here on Earth, because if you come from the ever-present, forever-lasting night. That space has.
Okay, sure.
So because even before the Big Bang, night, the space was the darkness of space, and it always existed prior to the Big Bang. So that's always been going on forever. There's been singularly one of those.
I have no argument with that metaphysical claim.
And I was like, yes, that for me was actually very, as a kid, it was something really to grab onto, because everything else was all like, well, that's a lot of like theory.
Day is a local convention that just happens to go with the rotation of our planet.
That is a fact there.
Yeah.
So everything else is kind of like, okay.
Martian day is different.
How far we're pulling away from the sun, and how long is day getting longer and longer over time, and that kind of stuff. Well, that right there is going to stay the way.
The Earth is slowing down.
That's going to stay the same, or that's how it is.
Hard to notice within a lifetime, but it's slowing down.
I know, right? It's crazy. I've been having I'm 51 right now, and my father passed away at 52, and I've been grasping a lot of time lately. Like, time has been sped up, at the same time slowing down.
Okay.
Things that I want to have happen faster are going slower. Things that I want to have go slower go faster. I think that it's a strange thing. So that's kind of interesting. What made you guys decide to do these things? Is this
let's see.
Survey says
both of us were probably strongly influenced by Anthony Magnabosco, who started doing this in 2014.
Okay.
And he'd have a GoPro strapped to his chest and stand there and talk to people at the campus or the walking trail or whatever. And when Reed did it, he chose to do a table style, which is not really that different. It's just a little easier to do post-production.
Right.
And Reed started doing this in 2014. I started doing this in February of 20.
Okay. So you're new to it then?
I'm newer to it, yeah. Although I've really taken the crash course because I also teach it on the weekends.
Where do you teach that?
I teach it on Discord.
Okay.
How does
this been going with COVID? Did you guys usually have the tables farther apart or something?
During COVID, we had a table that was twice as far. We had masks. We had this. We had this and
shields.
We did a bunch of things, and that kept us being able to be in the park at least from like September through November for last fall. But now it's with vaccinations, it's much easier. It's much easier to be safe enough.
Right. I have gotten the vaccination, and I'm not sure if you had any feedback on that. I got the Johnson & Johnson one.
Okay.
And
Single shot?
Yeah, I've been having headaches. Like,
oh no.
Oh my gosh, it's been terrible.
A lot. How long ago did you get the vaccination?
It's been about 4 months now, and pretty close to the beginning. And it almost feels like there's a tree. I can actually feel all of my blood vessels inside my head. And the only time I can get relief from it, it's like I even feel it right now, is when I work out.
Okay.
So as long as I keep working out, I guess it pushes extra blood through, and but it definitely feels like somehow like something has made a I don't know, have you ever seen that Body Works down at, like, they have this thing where you like pump a bunch of plastic through your bodies and then they cut the person open, and it feels like some kind of like stuff been pumped through it.
Preserving of dead people through colored plastic.
Exactly.
Yes, I loved it. I was very moved by it, and it completely changed my visualization as to the locations of things.
Right?
Yeah, I like to do massage and body work, and now I can more accurately see what's underneath my fingers.
Well, excellent. That's excellent. Yeah. So I have that feeling that's what's going on inside my head right now. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of want to get back to my sister.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed myself.
Thank you for this conversation. I've enjoyed it.
Let's get a hello.
Oh.
There you go.
If you like, you may take one of those 3.
I'm not right now I'm in a position. Fine. I'm trying to de-louse myself. Yep. I feel like this is a time period of time made me realize exactly the opposite of everyone else, where they were all buying stuff on eBay and stuff. I was actually the one selling them stuff.
I hear you.
Come over and pick it up. Yes, but it's been very fun talking to you. Yes. How can I find out more information, or like at least maybe check this out?
Grab the card.
Oh,
okay. It's got one of those magic-y things on the back.
Okay.
And that'll get you to his channel.
Cool.
And my channel. We were this is live streamed on both channels.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fun. Take care.
And I think that's the close, yes?
Yeah, hit the A button.
Hit this button?
The A button.
Hit the A button. Bluesy vibes.
Yeah. Pretty good day.
Yeah.
Really like the puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
Now people can, look into street epistemology if this is the only thing they take. It's got the little logo. It should. Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
Hello. So, yeah, won't be back next week. 2 weeks though.
Okay, 2 weeks.
Yeah. Might try Clubhouse at some point.
Is that an Android thing now?
It is.
Okay, well maybe I'll have to figure this out.
Yeah.
Good evening, Jeff Trimble. Yeah, we are just about logging off. It's been a pretty nice day, kind of pleasant, and we've had 6 or 7 claimants, I think.
Later.